African countries. Warm welcome to all of you compatriots who are attending this conference, networking, research meeting, which is the first of the GESTPA annual conferences. And also we are grateful to see a number of people who couldn't be here in person also joining us online. We appreciate your presence. As many of you know, social policy research, the research we followed to gather here started against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID, as we already know, presented us with a multifaceted challenge, especially for human well-being and human welfare. And we also noticed from government responses that even though the intention behind responses were to preserve and protect human lives, some of the responses in themselves also presented challenges for human well-being and welfare as well. So, guided by that thinking, the Gender Equitable Transformative Social Policy for Post-COVID Africa began with the primary objective of understanding social policy systems in Africa and helping to, in the long term, develop dependable and resilient social policy arrangements that are not only effective in managing pandemics and crises, but also that with the capabilities of helping to craft sustainable, transformative social policies that support the twin objectives of human well-being and economic growth. In that sense, we decided to approach the research for which we are gathered here today from a historical perspective in a manner that allows us to unearth the lived experiences, the trajectories, and the nuances of social policy in as many of our African countries as possible. And we are happy that a year on, today we are gathered here to discuss the findings from many of the research that has been conducted by the colleagues that have arrived, that are participating in this conference here today. We opted for historical study of social policy, not only because history helps us to understand the past, but also because we know that social policies travel in parallels with major historical events of humanity. So in essence, we chose to learn lessons from the past in our quest to shape the regime of transformative social policy for Africa. The primary purpose of our gathering here today, therefore, is to discuss the findings from the various reports. Our objective is to learn from each other's experience, draw out areas of convergence and divergence, and see what ideas may be lurking in the wings that could be recovered for designing and deploying transformative social policies for African countries. We therefore intend to use this, if you like, conference or networking meeting or, resource discussion gathering to discuss social policies and the circumstances under which they serve as catalysts for meaningful, life-changing or life-transforming systems, and also to see what we can draw for engagements with civil society actors and policymakers. On that note, permit me to express our collective appreciation to the Open Society Foundation for the support for our shared interests in social policy and its synergetic relationship with economic policies. I wish to thank in particular at this juncture Professor Dan Ofori, the Provost of the College of Humanities here at the University of Ghana, who has graciously accepted to be here and share a few words of encouragement and interest with us. And also to thank our newly appointed Director of the Institute of African Studies, which happens to be the host of this project, Professor Samuel Nsewusu, who also is here present to at least give us the host's opening remarks for the conference. So without taking much of your time, I will invite Professor Samuel Ntewusu to welcome us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Pesawai. Provost, College of Humanities, Professor Daniel Frimpong Ofori, Principal Investigator of the GESTPA project and the immediate past Director of the Institute of African Studies, Professor Georgie Chikata, Professor Emerita Techua Menu, co-investigators of the GESTPA project, Professor Nana Equia Anyidoho and Dr. Michael Pesa White, most distinguished social policy scholars from the Pan-African network of the GESTPA project, the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my colleagues at the Institute of African Studies, I would like to welcome everyone to this conference of the GESTPA project. I am certain that the birth of the project was with hard work and commitment from Professor Chikata and all other members of the GESTPA network. I give recognition to your effort in conceptualizing such an important research project, which are considered critical to the African continent. The goals of the project include transforming the discourses and approaches to social policy research and implementation to establish gender equitable and transformative social policy approach in Africa. To achieve the goals, there was a need for funding. The Open Society Foundation stepped in to fund the project. To Open Society Foundation, I say a big thank you for your kind support to GESTPA Network. It is our hope that you will continue to provide financial support to the project to enable it to realize its proposed objectives. But we may ask, to what extent does the goals and aims of GESTPA align with the activities of the Institute of African Studies? I am informed that the goals and aims of GESTPA are driven by an African perspective, which is evident in the Pan-African network of scholars present here today. This holistic Afrocentrism aligns with the founding vision of the Institute of African Studies and its operation today. Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, on the opening of the Institute of African Studies, cautioned researchers in the Institute and the African continent to make their specific contribution to the advancement of knowledge through research and dissemination about the people and culture of Africa through past history and contemporary problems. The Institute, which is multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, carries out this mission by engaging in the regeneration of Africa and her people through knowledge production, dissemination, and application and preservation of knowledge systems. Incidentally, the objectives of GESTPA include dissemination of country-focused research findings, identification and discussion of common themes emerging from findings and their implication for policy to identify questions arising for future research. So you see that it's really a very interesting marriage. In every concrete terms, GESTPA upholds the vision of the Institute of African Studies, where the project is housed at present. Through the privileging of Afrocentric scholarship in realizing its goals and aims. I'm happy to know that participants of this conference who form the GESTPA network are all Africans based in 31 countries of the continent. With such a representation, I am hopeful that the outcomes of the GESTPA project will go a long way in producing cutting-edge knowledge on social policy in Africa that will be relevant in shaping the development and implementation of social policies on the continent. To participants who are visiting the University of Ghana for the first time, as you ease off from the deliberations of the conference, I would like to indulge you to visit the Institute of African Studies. And on this note, I once again welcome everyone here to the conference and wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Samuel Intewusu, for those kind words and warm welcome to everybody here. May I now invite the Provost for the College of Humanities, Professor Danufori, to share a few words with us. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Director, Institute of African Studies, colleagues from the university community, distinguished social policy scholars from around the African continent, ladies and gentlemen, the media, a very good morning to all of you. It is a great honor to welcome you to the opening session of the 2022 annual conference of the Gender, Equitable, and Transformative Social Policy for a Post-COVID-19 Africa Project, GESTPA. It's certainly the longest seminar name or conference name that I have encountered so far. But probably it shows how important it is because it is putting a lot of things into the title. So let me first start by extending thanks and congratulations to the principal investigators, Professor Georgie Chikata, and co-investigators, Professor Naneku Aido and Dr. Michael Pesa-White, all of whom are in my college, I'm proud to say, for the hard work that I am certain went into negotiating the establishment of this project within the College of Humanities at the University of Ghana. I also congratulate the social policy scholars, the administrators, the technical team, advisory board members, and all others involved in the project for your contribution to advancing the objectives of GETSPA. Additionally, I would also like to thank the Open Society Foundation for the funding which made this impressive network of Africa-based social policy scholars possible. I think that you would agree that globally when national leaders speak about national transformation, they tend to lead with economic transformation and economic management and so forth. But I believe that in the end, without a social angle, you can't really do much with the economics. Where is economics going without the social aspect? So, as Provost of the College of Humanities, I could not be more pleased to be associated with GESTPA and to be here today to witness its annual conference at the end of the first year of the project. Because for me, it's a compelling and timely initiative that promises to help transform social policy making to improve the well-being of individuals, families, and communities on the continent. And I think that this is a very important appendage to improving the well-being and lives of our people. I'm happy to also learn that the GESTPA project aims to improve the capacity of social policy researchers in Africa through increased opportunities for exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. The College of Humanities recognizes the fundamental role of international networks in deepening our research footprints beyond Ghana. By providing an opportunity for researchers of the University of Ghana to lead and engage with social policy scholars across all of Africa, GESTPA contributes in a significant way to driving the international network's promotion objective of the college and by extension, that of the University of Ghana. So, as Provost, I'm committed to supporting the GESTPA project to advance its objectives for our common good. On that note, I welcome you all once again to the 2022 GESTPA Annual Conference, which is being held on our beautiful University of Ghana campus. And for those of you who are joining us online, I'll urge you to insist on being given an online tour of our beautiful campus. I wish you productive deliberations. Thank you.
according to the program, we should be having all participants introduce themselves. But before that, let me say that you would have noticed that Professor Georgie Chikata, who is the principal investigator for this project, is currently not here in the hall. She probably might be joining us online. It's because she's not feeling too well. She had really wanted to be here. I'm sure you all know how much effort she's put into this project and wanted to be here. But health first. In any case, this is about social policy. So she's presently not here with us because she's not well. But I'm sure that as time goes on, if there is any message directly from her, we'll pass it on to all of you. Thank you. I will have us start the self-introduction in the order of maybe we'll start from this place because I can see a big professor on this side. So, okay, Prof.
Good morning. My name is Zanabor Tadesse. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm a member of the advisory group for GESTPA. And I'm really looking forward to this conference.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Rosina Foley. I'm a member of the reading group of GESTPA. Thank you so much.
So next to Rosina is Professor Emerita Techiwa Menu. The reason I'm introducing her is because she's lost her voice. But I'm too small to introduce her. I mean, she's bigger than just her name. You know, she's an expert in social policy, held several positions, former director of the Institute of African Studies, very instrumental in the growth of the university. So you probably need to Google her to just see the full repertoire of the individual sitting there. Prof, we are very excited to have you here. Yeah.
I'm John Oti Amwa. I'm from Cape Coast, Ghana, and I'm one of the postdoctoral fellow on the GESTPA project.
Good morning. My name is Nana Ikuya Anyidoho. I'm at the University of Ghana at the Center for Social Policy Studies and also here, ISSER. And I'm one of the co-principal investigators on this project along with Mike. Welcome, everybody.
Good morning. I'm Hawa Imam. I'm a member of the Ghana-Nigeria cluster of GESTPA. And I'm a professor in the University of Abuja and the Director of Education, Institute of Education. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nigeria.
Once we heard Abuja, obviously we know it's Nigeria. But thanks for emphasizing it.
Bonjour, je suis Mouna Benasmen de la Tunisie, professeur-chercheur à l'École supérieure des sciences économiques et commerciales de Tunis. Je travaille beaucoup sur la protection sociale et particulièrement sur les retraites. Merci.
You are welcome.
Merci.
That must be French, right? Okay. So please, just to be sure you're here, you may want to just activate your earpieces now so that as they introduce, you can pick up the, yes.
Good morning, my name is Charles Abugri. I am from Ghana. I am newly based at the Institute for African Studies. I'm meeting my landlord for the first time. I had an entity called the International Development Economics Associates, which is a network of developing economies from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. I have been a member of the Technical Advisory Committee for this project.
Thank you, and good to see you.
My name is Terry Mante. I work for Terry Mante Exchange in Ghana. and I am a content developer and a business development consultant. But I'm here as a rapporteur for this conference.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, good morning. My name is Elvis Opoku Boateng, and I work with Terry Martin Exchange, and I'm here also as a rapporteur.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Hilda Amasechiama, and I'm also with Terry Mante as a rapporteur.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Ramat Seydou Isaka, and I'm also here as a rapporteur. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Who is next? That way.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Moi, je suis Jennifer Taloa. Je fais partie de l'équipe ici au Ghana. Oui, je suis la traductrice. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Swajiman. I'm the research officer of the GESTPA project. Thank you.
So before we go on, that's Esther. Many of you may have received emails from Esther. At this stage, I will want us to give Esther a hand of applause for a good work done. Yes. Thank you so much, Esther. Yes.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Germain Kouna Maba, je suis professeur de sciences politiques à l'Université de Kinshasa, République démocratique du Congo. Merci.
Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, Dr Marthe Marondo. Je suis sociologue à l'Université Marbongo de Libreville.
Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis professeur Abomo Dominique, géographe, Université de Douala au Cameroun.
Thank you.
Bonjour, good morning. My name is Aliou Bari. I'm from Guinea. I'm the Director General of SatView International and the representative of Afrobarometer Network in Guinea.
You're welcome.
I'm very happy to be here.
Parliament for 15 years, currently Associate Lecturer, Jala University, Sierra Leone.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Williams. I'm glad to be back home. I'm in ISSER, where I did my master's. I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture in Liberia.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rutika Ngachas, lecturer of social work at the University of Rwanda from Rwanda. I'm part of the East African cluster for GETSPA project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Mwangi. I'm also part of the East African GETSPA cluster. I'm a lecturer of social gerontology at Kenyatta University, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the warm.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Julius Omona from Makerere University, Uganda. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you.
Good to see you, Julius.
Bonjour tout le monde. Mon nom c'est Sambieni Emmanuel. Je suis maître de conférence en anthropologie de la santé à l'université de Parakou, c'est au Bénin. Très heureux d'être parmi vous pour écouter ces riches résultats de recherche sur les politiques sociales. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis docteur Kadio Kadidiatou, je suis du Burkina Faso. Je suis chercheur au Centre national de la recherche scientifique et technologique et je coordonne l'équipe GESTPA Burkina, Côte d'Ivoire et puis le Bénin. Et je travaille sur les questions de protection sociale, notamment en lien avec la santé. Merci.
Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, c'est Dr Adama Sadio, je viens du Sénégal et je suis membre de l'équipe Sénégal, Mauritanie et Mali. Je suis enseignant, chercheur en sciences politiques et je suis heureux d'être là. Merci beaucoup pour votre accueil.
Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis le professeur Ousmane Ouagé, enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Nouakchott, coordinateur d'un master et membre de l'équipe GESTPA en Afrique de l'Ouest, composée de la Mauritanie, du Mali et du Sénégal. Merci.
Merci. Please, your light. Okay, good.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis le docteur Almami Silla du Mali, je suis enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Bamako et je suis membre de l'équipe GESTPA Mali, Mauritanie, Sénégal. Merci.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nkumbu Nalimba. I'm from Zambia. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture in the Department of Agribusiness and Marketing, and I'm part of the Southern African cluster. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Nyumen Tekwa. I'm a researcher with the South African Research and Social Policy in South Africa, and I'm part of the Anglophone Southern Africa GETSPA team, comprising Zambia, Mauritius, and South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you are welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Ramola Ramchal. I work at the University of Mauritius as associate professor, where I teach gender studies and sociology, also part of the Southern African cluster. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are welcome.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis Clementina Furtado, je viens du Cap-Vert, je travaille à l'Université du Cap-Vert et je fais partie du cluster PALOP. Merci.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carmelisa Rosario. I'm an anthropologist working at the Christian Michelsen Institute in Norway. I'm originally from Mozambique, so I'm also Southern African, but I'm a Lusophone, so I'm part of the Lusophone cluster.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you for taking time to let us know who you really are. We hope that you will have a very exciting time here as we spend the next 3 days to have a very refreshing, stimulating, and insightful intellectual conversation on issues relating to social policy. According to our program, we should be going out somewhere to have a group photograph. But before then, I think they have already spoken. You have here Professor Dan Ofori, who is the provost of the College of the Humanities here in the University of Ghana, the largest college in the university, and of course, Professor Samuel Ntewusu, who have earlier on spoken to us as well. So without taking much time, I don't know what the protocol is. We will go out by this door and line up nicely and beautifully, and then the photographers will come around and take us that memorable picture. And then we'll come back here and then continue the process. Thank you. Yes, you'll be the only one here.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. So we will move straight. We will be moving straight into the first section of the discussions, and we have Professor Samuel Ntewusu, who will chair that section. So I hand over to him.
You open to.
They will do presentations on their countries, the synthesis of their country. Okay. And because they are friends,
yes,
they need to fix you.
Good morning, and then welcome again. I am substituting America Professor Techuamenu for this session. And I'm so excited because we have presentations from Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire. And I think Abidatu Kadio will do that for us. And then we have Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal. We have Marifal and Ndeye Fatisa, who will also do the presentation. And then we have Cameroon, DR Congo, and then Gabon, and we have Dominic Meva Abomu. So I will invite the first speaker to please take us through the presentation. Thank you. One hour, 30 minutes for this session. So I think you will have 15 minutes to take us through the presentation. Thank you. Bonjour.
Mais move my presentation.
Yeah, okay. Please, she needs a pointer.
Ok. Rebonjour tout le monde. Je ne vais pas encore me présenter. Ce que je vais présenter tout à l'heure, c'est les résultats des travaux du cluster du Burkina Faso, de la Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a un problème ici. C'est bon? Ok, d'accord. Du Burkina Faso, de la Côte d'Ivoire et du Bénin. Et dans le cluster, nous sommes quatre chercheurs. 2 du Burkina, moi, Kadio Kadidiatou et Fofana Habib, et Emmanuel Sambieri du Bénin et Rose de Lima de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et donc, les 2 Rose et Fofana ne sont pas là. Donc, je suis là aujourd'hui avec Emmanuel et je vais vous présenter les résultats de nos recherches. Et voici le plan que je vais suivre pour présenter nos résultats. Je vais une introduction rapide, la méthode, et je vais présenter les résultats de l'analyse comparative des tendances par pays, ensuite l'analyse thématique et une conclusion.
en termes d'introduction, je dirais qu'on a mené ce travail vraiment pour pouvoir comprendre les trajectoires historiques des politiques sociales dans les 3 pays. Et nous avons procédé par une analyse rétrospective et comparée. Et notre méthodologie, nous avons adopté une approche qualitative et exclusivement par la collecte et l'analyse documentaire. Et également, nous avons fait quelques entretiens avec des personnes ressources. Je vais présenter au niveau du plan, je dis d'abord que je vais présenter l'analyse comparative et puis ensuite l'analyse par secteur. Pour ce qui est de l'analyse comparative, dans notre cluster, nous avons identifié 4 grandes périodes. Et la première période, c'est la période coloniale, qui s'étend de 1900 à 1960. Et la deuxième période, c'est la période du soleil des indépendances, de 1960 à 1980. Et la troisième période, c'est la période des crises et des ajustements structurels. Ensuite, la période post-ajustement structurel et période Covid et crise sécuritaire dans notre région. Bien sûr que dans chaque période, nous allons présenter des spécificités en lien avec chaque pays. Je vais commencer par la première période, c'est-à-dire la période coloniale de 1900 à 1960. Et pour cette période, ce qui était l'idéologie mise en avant, c'était la mission civilisatrice des colonies dans une perspective de domination. Et cela, par cette mission civilisatrice, il fallait inculper les valeurs françaises à travers l'école et l'évangélisation, et afin d'obtenir des sujets très dociles et soumis aux colons. Et dans cette idéologie, il y avait aussi le mépris des langues et des savoirs locaux. Et l'intérêt, c'était de pouvoir vraiment exploiter au maximum les ressources des colonies. Et aussi, en termes d'acteurs institutionnels, on avait l'administration coloniale, l'Église et puis les instituteurs. Et comment est-ce que cette idéologie s'est transposée dans les politiques d'emploi, par exemple, et de l'éducation? L'école était perçue comme un moyen pour pouvoir exploiter les colonies. Donc, il fallait former des serviteurs pour l'administration coloniale, les éduquer à la docilité et à la soumission, et aussi enseigner la supériorité de la civilisation française. Et aussi, il fallait perpétrer la reproduction de la classe dirigeante. Donc, l'école était exclusivement destinée aux fils des chefs. Donc, les fils des pauvres n'avaient pas accès à l'école en ce moment, c'était uniquement les fils des chefs pour pouvoir perpétrer la domination. Et en termes d'échange, il fallait importer des marchandises françaises à coût surélevé, très cher, et exporter les matières premières moins chères des colonies vers la France. Pour ce qui concerne la santé, comment est-ce que cette idéologie dominatrice s'est manifestée? En fait, il fallait avoir des populations en bonne santé pour pouvoir produire. Donc ça, c'était l'objectif en son temps. Et la médecine occidentale était la solution unique. Et le savoir local en termes de médecine était méprisé. Et donc, il fallait de la main-d'œuvre pour pouvoir travailler, notamment dans les plantations ivoiriennes, et aussi pouvoir payer l'impôt de capitation et aussi exercer les travaux forcés sans être rémunérés. Les différentes trajectoires pendant cette période dans notre cluster, on a vu que la Côte d'Ivoire, de façon spécifique, devait offrir la matière première à la France. Pour ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, il fallait offrir la main-d'œuvre à la Côte d'Ivoire pour pouvoir produire cette matière première qui sera envoyée vers la France. Donc, au niveau de, par exemple, la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a eu beaucoup d'investissements dans l'agriculture de rente, donc les plantations de cacao, de café, d'EVA, et aussi il y avait l'emploi agricole salarié. Donc, à cette époque déjà, on recrutait des gens pour travailler dans les plantations et ils ont des salaires. Contrairement au Burkina Faso, c'était juste l'agriculture vivrière. et on incitait plutôt la migration des populations vers la Côte d'Ivoire pour travailler. Et certaines populations aussi migraient vers le Ghana pour pouvoir échapper aux travaux forcés dans la zone française. Et donc, de façon spécifique pour le Burkina Faso, entre 1932 et 1947, la colonie de la Haute-Volta, qui est maintenant Burkina Faso, a été supprimée. Donc, on a divisé le pays entre la Côte d'Ivoire, le Mali et le Niger. Ce qui veut dire que pendant 15 ans, le pays n'existait pas et il n'y a eu aucun investissement social dans ce pays. Les populations migraient uniquement pour travailler en Côte d'Ivoire ou bien fuir pour entrer au Ghana. Et pour le Bénin, il fallait former des élites pour l'administration locale aussi et pour la sous-région, notamment le Sénégal et la Côte d'Ivoire. On passe maintenant à la deuxième période qui est le soleil des indépendances. Et en ce moment, on voit que l'État essaye de reprendre sa place. Et on parle d'idéologie d'État-providence en ce moment. Donc, il y a la monopolisation par l'État des fonctions de solidarité et avec l'idée du développement interventionniste dirigé par l'État. Et l'intérêt, c'était de pouvoir atteindre un développement économique et social, c'est-à-dire créer des richesses qui seront redistribuées et aussi parvenir à une transformation structurelle au sein de la société, c'est-à-dire réduire les inégalités sociales. Donc ça, c'était les idées, les intérêts qui étaient mis en avant pendant les soleils des indépendances. Et la valeur, c'était vraiment pouvoir obtenir la liberté nationale du colon. Comment est-ce que cela s'est traduit, par exemple, dans les politiques? En santé, il y a eu la gratuité des soins pour tous dans les 3 pays. Et l'éducation, il fallait former des cadres pour l'administration et l'action gouvernementale. Pour l'emploi, il y a eu une continuité quand même toujours de l'importation des marchandises françaises évaluées et l'exportation de la matière première. Mais il y a eu la création des sociétés d'État public et aussi l'emploi agricole, industriel et commercial dans presque pas tous les pays, parce qu'au Burkina Faso, c'était vraiment toujours l'agriculture vivrière qui continuait, puisque le pays venait d'être reconstitué. Donc, il fallait d'abord travailler pour pouvoir nourrir la population. Et en Côte d'Ivoire, comme il y a eu un fort investissement dans l'emploi agricole, donc il fallait maintenant donner l'emploi pour tous, et les emplois hautement qualifiés revenaient aux Ivoiriens. En termes de spécificité dans cette période, je vais dire que dans notre cluster, il y a eu des trajectoires différentes. En Côte d'Ivoire, à partir de 1980 à 1990, c'était le début de la crise économique et vraiment la période d'austérité. Et l'idéologie néolibérale avait commencé en ce moment en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, il fallait réduire le rôle de l'État pour pouvoir réduire la dette de l'État et aussi stimuler l'économie et encourager la liberté du commerce. Et les acteurs maintenant, c'était le secteur privé qui rentre en jeu en ce moment, les ONG et puis la population. Par contre, au Burkina et au Bénin, c'était l'ère de la révolution avec une idéologie marxiste-léniniste. Donc, c'était le progrès social et endogène par les populations eux-mêmes pour mettre en place une solidarité nationale. Et aussi, il fallait lutter contre la domination culturelle impérialiste. Et donc, comment est-ce que cela s'est traduit dans les politiques? Donc, c'est un État non interventionniste en Côte d'Ivoire, avec la privatisation des entreprises, la suppression de la gratuité de l'école, l'accroissement de l'école privée et confessionnelle, et puis l'incitation à l'auto-emploi. Par contre, au Burkina Faso, on sent la forte présence de l'État et on demande de produire pour consommer. Donc, on ne produit plus pour exporter, mais on produit pour pouvoir se nourrir nous-mêmes. Ce qui fait qu'on a mis en avant, par exemple, le port du faso d'Amfani, qui est un tissu local. Donc, le coton burkinabé devait être transformé et porté par les Burkinabés eux-mêmes. Donc, la troisième période, c'était la période de la crise des ajustements structurels de 1980 à 2000. L'idéologie, c'était la libéralisation économique et du marché. Et donc, l'intervention, très faible intervention de l'État, parce que selon eux, l'intervention de l'État rend les gens paresseux et les fait ne pas prendre en compte leurs responsabilités individuelles. Et en termes d'intérêt, il fallait défendre les droits individuels. Et les acteurs, c'était l'État, secteur privé, ONG, institutions internationales et puis le citoyen. Comment cela s'est traduit dans les politiques? En santé, on introduit le partage des coûts et la promotion de l'assurance privée. Pour ce qui est de l'emploi, c'est la privatisation générale des entreprises de l'État, voilà, et la suppression des avantages sociaux pour les fonctionnaires, la suppression des subventions des intrants agricoles. Et dans le domaine de l'agriculture, on voit la suppression des bourses d'études pour l'enseignement supérieur. Donc ici, vraiment, à cette période-là, c'est vraiment le désengagement de l'État de tout ce qui est social. Maintenant, la quatrième période, elle est assez ambiguë. De 2000 à 2015, on voit que l'intervention de l'État est assez tolérée et les valeurs, c'était pour lutter contre la pauvreté et les inégalités. Donc, le rôle des pouvoirs politiques était de mettre en œuvre des réformes pour que les individus puissent s'adapter. Et donc, aussi, l'idée était que l'emploi est la clé de la répartition des ressources générées. Et donc, les acteurs, c'est les mêmes, l'État, ONG, les institutions internationales et les citoyens. Comment cela s'est traduit dans les politiques d'emploi et de l'éducation? Donc, on revient à une obligation de l'école et à la gratuité pour tous les enfants, des bourses d'études pour réduire la disparité entre filles et garçons, et aussi réduire la disparité régionale, et puis la situation socio-économique des élèves. Et aussi, il fallait réduire le chômage et augmenter l'employabilité des jeunes. Et en santé, c'était les politiques de gratuité ciblant les groupes vulnérables et certaines pathologies. Donc, femmes enceintes, enfants de moins de 5 ans sont perçus comme les populations vulnérables. Et en termes de maladies, on voit le VIH-Sida, la tuberculose, le palu qui reçoivent des subventions. Et aussi, il y a eu une réflexion pour la mise en œuvre d'assurance maladie universelle en son temps qui a commencé dans les 3 pays. Et la période 5, c'est la période Covid et à l'insécurité dans notre région, parce qu'actuellement, vous savez qu'au Burkina, près de 50% du pays est sous le mets des terroristes. Et au nord du Bénin, c'est un peu... comment je peux dire ça? Le nord du Bénin est risqué et aussi le nord de la Côte d'Ivoire aussi est un peu risqué. Donc, c'est le rôle de l'État, c'est vraiment de pouvoir mettre en œuvre des réformes pour que les individus puissent s'adapter et faire en sorte pour lutter contre la pauvreté et les inégalités, notamment région, et genre et sexe, parce qu'on pense que c'est les inégalités qui créent des frustrations et qui amènent à ce mouvement terroriste dans la région, même si je pense que ce n'est pas la seule raison. Et donc, les acteurs, c'est État, ONG, citoyens. Donc, c'est toujours les mêmes politiques qui continuent du domaine de l'emploi et puis de l'éducation. Là, il me reste 4 diapos. Je vais présenter l'analyse thématique globale par secteur. Et là, j'ai fait 4 tableaux que je vais présenter rapidement en termes d'analyse thématique, mais plutôt centrés sur la question du genre. Et donc, pour ce qui concerne l'éducation, on voit que la première période, la période des indépendances, dans tous les pays, c'est l'inégalité entre sexe et genre. L'école est centrée chez les garçons et les enfants des chefs, des riches, pour perpétrer la domination. Et la deuxième période, c'est pendant les indépendances, c'est l'école pour tous, et les filles ont accès à l'école en ce moment. et il fallait travailler pour réduire l'inégalité géographique. Et aussi, l'accent est mis sur l'enseignement général au détriment de l'enseignement technique. Ça, c'est ce qu'on a comme spécificité au Bénin et au Burkina Faso. Et la troisième période, c'est l'école pour tous, mais en ce moment, ça exclut les enfants des pauvres, car l'école n'est plus gratuite pendant les périodes d'ajustement. Et il y a eu l'intervention des privés et donc la prolifération des écoles privées et l'alphabétisation des masses des adultes. Et la période 4 et 5, c'est la période actuelle, c'est pour pouvoir rétablir l'équité entre l'accès à l'école pour tous dans tous les pays et obligation de l'école pour tous. Et l'accent est mis sur l'éducation des filles avec des bourses spécifiques pour les filles dans tous les pays. Pour ce qui concerne l'emploi, c'est l'emploi réservé aux hommes, pas pour les femmes, la première période, pendant le temps colonial. Post-colonial, on essaie de rattraper ce déséquilibre, mais c'est quelques emplois qui sont réservés pour les femmes sages-femmes, infirmières, enseignantes. Et en milieu rural, la majorité des femmes sont dans l'emploi agricole non rémunéré. Donc, elles travaillent, mais sans salaire. Pourtant, c'est elles qui sont les plus grandes travailleuses. Et ensuite, la période pour pouvoir changer, ça c'est maintenant. Il y a eu de l'intervention pour pouvoir agir dans l'auto-emploi et la création de micro-entreprises pour les femmes, pour pouvoir réduire cette disparité. Et aussi, il y a les interventions pour la lutte contre la pauvreté qui ciblent spécifiquement les femmes et les jeunes en milieu urbain et en milieu rural. Pour le logement, c'est le dernier diapo. On a une disparité géographique dans tous les temps, depuis la colonisation jusqu'à maintenant. Pour ce qui concerne la politique de logement, c'est assez similaire dans nos trois pays, sauf la Côte d'Ivoire où le gouvernement a quand même construit des logements sociaux, mais uniquement pour les fonctionnaires qui en ont accès. Et j'en ai fini. En conclusion, je dirais que on a relevé 3 points en conclusion. Il y a un déséquilibre entre l'éducation, la formation et les politiques de l'emploi. Donc, on ne voit pas vraiment de lien entre réfléchir à longue durée entre l'école et les politiques de l'emploi. Aussi, de façon globale, on voit que les politiques sociales sont mises en œuvre pour gérer les conséquences de l'échec de la politique économique. Ce qui fait que quand la Covid est venue, on ne savait pas vraiment comment gérer ça parce qu'il n'y avait rien de prévu pour cela. Aussi, ce qu'on a remarqué d'intéressant à saluer, c'est la réflexion pour la mise en place des régimes d'assurance maladie qui sont des bons exemples, mais il y a beaucoup de difficultés de mise en œuvre qu'on ne peut pas présenter ici. Donc, merci pour votre aimable attention.
Merci, I would invite Marco and Gay Franza to do their presentation on Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal.
Bonjour tout le monde. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Bonjour.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vous parle depuis Dakar au Sénégal. Je suis professeure Fall, Marie Fall, professeure à l'Université du Québec à Chicoutimi et coordonnatrice, responsable du groupe Sénégal Mali et je vais faire la présentation avec ma collègue Dr Nefatissa Wan, qui est co-responsable du groupe Sénégal Mali-Mauritanie. Donc, je vais vous partager mon écran. Est-ce que tout le monde voit l'écran?
Yes,
oui. Voilà. Alors, nos 3 chercheurs pays sont présents en salle. Donc, Dr Alma Missila du Mali, professeur Ousmane Ouagué de la Mauritanie et Dr Adama Sadio du Sénégal. Au besoin, ils répondront directement aux questions spécifiques à leur pays. Nous avons adopté le nouveau plan demandé par le GETSPA pour le rapport de synthèse. Et donc, nous allons présenter dans un premier temps le résumé analytique. Donc, pour arriver à parler des premières politiques sociales institutionnalisées en Mauritanie, au Sénégal et au Mali. Ensuite, dans un deuxième temps, nous allons présenter dans la première partie une analyse comparative des modèles et tendances de la politique sociale dans le temps, notamment à travers la nature et l'implication des héritages coloniaux dans les politiques sociales du Mali, de la Mauritanie et du Sénégal. Ensuite, nous allons présenter les idéologies, les normes et les valeurs clés des politiques sociales au Mali, en Mauritanie et au Sénégal. L'idéologie du développement qui a été au cœur des politiques sociales durant la période coloniale, l'idéologie néolibérale qui est au centre des politiques sociales durant la période des ajustements structurels, et nous présenterons les normes des politiques sociales liées à l'éducation, à l'emploi, au logement et à la santé, qui sont les 4 secteurs que nous avons ciblés. Nous présenterons aussi les dimensions sexospécifiques de la politique sociale dans les 3 pays au fil du temps, avec les acteurs majeurs, les idées, les intérêts et les institutions de politique sociale. Et dans la deuxième partie, donc, nous ferons une analyse thématique de l'élaboration de la politique sociale, notamment à travers les modèles et les tendances comparatives des politiques sociales dans les 3 pays, avant de conclure.
Hello, Mary.
Oui.
Can you please put your presentation in a presenter mode so that it will be clearer from our side? And I'm told by the chair.
Hello.
The screen is a little difficult to see.
Là, est-ce que ça va?
There isn't much that can be done about it, but you can log in by Zoom. Just make sure you turn off your mic and video to see the slides a little better.
Okay, so we'll add you 2 minutes for the interruption. So you'll be.
Là, je l'ai mis en mode plein écran. Est-ce que vous le voyez?
Yes, this is okay.
Voilà, donc le Mali, la Mauritanie et le Sénégal, c'est 3 pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc qui ont quasiment la même histoire coloniale parce que ayant fait partie du groupe Afrique occidentale française, donc qui avait regroupé 8 colonies françaises de l'Afrique de l'Ouest avec sous l'autorité donc de la France qui a imposé aussi des façons d'administrer le territoire. Alors, nous avons vu que donc les politiques sociales, les premières politiques sociales ont été institutionnalisées par la France entre 1895 et 1958, donc qui consiste à la période coloniale. Et durant cette période, donc, les politiques sociales en éducation, en emploi et en travail sont restées très embryonnaires, ont été aussi très instrumentales pour favoriser la domination française sur les territoires et aussi assujettir les populations. Et elles sont restées aussi exclusives. Et durant cette période, nous avons remarqué que la santé et le logement n'ont pas bénéficié de politique sociale, donc elles étaient quasiment inexistantes, ce qui a amené une précarité et une instabilité socio-économique chez les populations. Entre les années 1958 et 1960, les 3 pays sont arrivés à l'indépendance et donc les systèmes politiques les systèmes politiques et les conjonctures économiques ont été différemment vécus dans les 3 pays. Et c'est là qu'on a eu l'arrivée de nouvelles générations de politiques sociales avec les nouveaux États indépendants, donc des politiques sociales qui ont ciblé l'éducation, l'emploi dans les toutes premières années des indépendances. Ensuite, les politiques sociales de la santé et le logement est arrivé bien plus tard. Entre 1960 et 1980, c'est la période post-indépendance et donc c'est une période qui s'est caractérisée par un boom démographique, augmentation de la population qui a amené beaucoup de populations vers les centres urbains, donc une urbanisation de la population et la création de villes périphériques avec de l'exode rural, donc des gens qui proviennent des campagnes qui ont venu s'installer en ville. Et on a vu que malgré cette installation, il n'y a pas eu d'accroissement des emplois qui étaient offerts par le secteur formel, contrôlé par les États. Et donc, c'est là aussi que les États, pour un peu amener des politiques d'éducation volontaristes en santé et en emploi avec le financement de l'éducation et aussi le recrutement de travailleurs qualifiés dans des secteurs publics et parapublics. Dans cette période, entre 1960 et 1980, les politiques étaient plutôt timides. Entre 1980 et 1990, on est dans la phase des programmes d'ajustement structurel, donc qui ont été imposés par les institutions financières internationales, avec une baisse considération des dépenses publiques imposées par ces institutions internationales, et la politique d'éducation est devenue ouvertement libérale. Et c'est là aussi qu'on a vu que, avec les politiques de moins d'État, mieux d'État, les recrutements sont restés très faibles. Et c'est là aussi que le secteur privé a été encouragé et il a investi beaucoup dans les entreprises publiques. Entre 1990 et 2020, c'est là qu'on a appelé la période donc qui a amené des trajectoires différentes, surtout sur le plan politique avec la démocratie au Mali en 1990, l'alternance au Sénégal en 2000, l'alternance démocratique, et qui a amené aussi la prise en charge des besoins dans le secteur de l'éducation et de l'emploi en Mauritanie en 2010. Ces mesures ont eu aussi comme effet une forte scolarisation durant ces années, un fort recrutement de volontaires et de vacataires de l'éducation. Et dans le secteur de la santé, il y a eu aussi un fort recrutement. Et c'est là aussi qu'on a assisté à des programmes de logements sociaux, ce qui était déjà quelque chose de nouveau comparativement aux périodes précédentes. La période actuelle que nous vivons, c'est la période Covid et post-Covid, donc avec des régimes et des politiques sociales qui ont été très renforcées dans les 3 pays. Et malheureusement, les réponses qui ont été apportées se sont limitées seulement aux mesures de protection sociale avec des aides et des subventions aux ménages et puis aux entreprises formelles. Mais tout le secteur informel a été beaucoup fragilisé donc, et n'a pas été généralisé aussi à toutes les couches de la population. Alors, dans l'analyse comparative des modèles et des tendances de la politique sociale dans le temps, nous avons ciblé aussi ces 5 grandes périodes historiques que je viens de vous nommer et puis qui s'affichent actuellement à l'écran. Alors, quand on regarde la nature et les implications des héritages coloniaux dans les politiques sociales du Mali et de la Mauritanie, donc ça a été, les premières politiques ont été intégrées au projet d'exploitation et d'expansion coloniale. La politique en matière d'éducation a permis donc le renforcement de l'empreinte patriarcale de l'idéologie coloniale, donc qui a amené vraiment cette légitimation du patriarcat des systèmes locaux dans les politiques d'éducation, et cela a donné une place importante à la scolarisation des garçons et des garçons fils et des filles donc de chefs. Et la caractéristique commune, c'était que les décisions et les orientations prises étaient identiques dans les 3 pays. Donc, l'école est venue et a été introduite par le système colonial. Et cette école nouvelle a fonctionné à côté donc des écoles traditionnelles et des traditions culturelles et religieuses. Alors, pour ce qui est de la période du domaine de la santé, donc en cette période coloniale, elle était quasiment inexistante. Les politiques sociales reposaient sur une police sanitaire. Et donc, ce qu'on a vu comme caractéristique commune, c'est que ces politiques luttaient contre les épidémies et favorisaient la promotion de l'hygiène pour protéger d'abord les colonisateurs et les populations qui étaient dans les grands centres face aux endémies de l'époque. En matière de logement, le caractère instrumental est encore resté. Et donc, on n'avait pas réellement de politique de promotion de l'habitat social. Et ce qui était commun aux trois pays, c'est que c'est des modèles architecturaux qui étaient les mêmes dans les grands centres. Et aussi, ces modèles architecturaux et ces aménagements étaient dédiés principalement aux élites et aux ressortissants français. Et donc, notamment par la construction de garnisons militaires autour d'embryons urbains, la construction de résidences pour les administrateurs coloniaux. Et c'est là aussi qu'on avait les premières écoles et les palais de justice, ainsi que les centres de santé. Alors, avec l'accession à l'indépendance, les pays ont édifié des structures économiques et administratives et ils ont aussi mis en place des systèmes politiques plus adaptés aux besoins des communautés. Et donc, les deux premières générations de politique sociale après les indépendances a révélé donc une caractéristique dominante axée sur la fonction productive des politiques sociales. Alors, on se rend compte que le potentiel d'émancipation et de transformation des politiques sociales s'est révélé quasi nul durant cette période. Et il y a eu une absence de rupture radicale avec le système colonial dans la mise en œuvre des politiques sociales liées à l'éducation, l'emploi, la santé et les logements par les nouveaux gouvernements donc qui venaient d'accéder à l'indépendance. Et on a aussi observé une similitude des systèmes de politique sociale dans les trois pays avec une persistance donc des inégalités de genre et un traitement inégal selon les classes sociales et les catégories socio-professionnelles et surtout des disparités entre les régions rurales et les régions urbaines et un déséquilibre. Alors, je vais laisser la parole à ma collègue Dr Fatissar qui va vous présenter les normes et valeurs clés des politiques sociales au Mali, en Mauritanie et au Sénégal.
Okay, Fatissar, you have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes to add
ma
to.
vidéo pour une meilleure qualité de connexion. Et donc, voilà, je vais continuer la suite de ma vie pour vous présenter l'idéologie, les normes et valeurs clés des politiques sociales dans les trois pays. Pardon?
I'm saying you have 4 minutes to add to this presentation so that it will be 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
So you have 4 minutes.
Alors, Marie?
Oui, je pense que là, ça va partir. Tu peux continuer.
OK. Si vous m'entendez, donc, je vais continuer. En ce qui concerne les idéologies, qu'est-ce qu'on a pu remarquer durant cette période-là pour les trois pays, c'est que ce qu'on peut considérer comme étant les premières générations de politique sociale. Elles étaient caractérisées par ce qu'on a nommé donc les idéologies du développement entre 1960 et 1980. Et de 1980 à 1990, les politiques sociales étaient plutôt marquées par l'idéologie néolibérale dont on a parlé et qui a coïncidé avec les programmes, l'application des programmes d'ajustement structurel. À noter aussi que dans les parcours politiques des trois pays, on va voir successivement les politiques sociales néolibérales qui vont se succéder. Ça sous l'instigation des institutions de Bretton Woods. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé durant la période des programmes d'ajustement structurel? C'est que, de façon générale, les politiques ont été réduites à leur plus simple expression. Donc, il y a eu, comme ça a été noté, observé dans d'autres pays aussi, une libéralisation économique de ces politiques, une vision néolibérale inspirée et donc un accompagnement en termes de promotion des politiques économiques. Alors, ce qu'on a pu également remarquer, c'est que les dimensions... Marie, est-ce que tu peux revenir au slide précédent, s'il vous plaît? Allô? Alors, si vous m'entendez, on va poursuivre par rapport toujours aux normes dans ces politiques sociales-là. C'est que les idéologies du développement reposaient véritablement sur l'inclusion et l'accès universel aux services et aux ressources essentielles. Elles étaient les caractéristiques principales, alors que pour ce qui concerne l'idéologie néolibérale, c'était plutôt basé sur une approche individualiste. Et ça, on a pu l'observer dans le domaine de l'éducation, avec un désistement de l'État qui a amené à une individualisation des politiques. Dans le domaine de l'emploi également, c'est la norme individualiste qui a prévalu, exprimée notamment dans les mesures qui vont viser une promotion de l'entrepreneuriat, notamment des femmes, des diplômés et des jeunes sans emploi. Et ces mêmes dynamiques ont été observées dans le domaine de la santé et du logement. Pour ce qui concerne maintenant les dimensions sexo-spécifiques de ces politiques, durant la période coloniale, on a bien vu que cette vision instrumentale-là ne pouvait pas favoriser une prise en compte des spécificités des besoins des femmes. Donc, ça s'est plutôt concentré sur les garçons et l'intégration des dimensions spécifiques sont apparues plus tard. Là, pour la période post-indépendance de 1958 donc à 1980, on a vu plutôt des mesures toujours fragmentaires qui visaient de façon uniforme les populations de fonctionnaires et les élites. Alors, en ce qui concerne, donc, durant la période des programmes d'ajustement structurel, qui s'est caractérisé par une coupure dans les services scolaires, les filles ont été bien sûr beaucoup plus impactées et les services de santé, notamment les services en destination des femmes, également ont été impactés, notamment dû au fait que du gel du recrutement et des coupures de postes qui ont été caractéristiques de ces mesures-là. Et ce qu'on a pu observer durant la période post-pass, c'est que les femmes ont été ciblées dans des dispositifs de financement, on se rappelle donc de l'approche individualiste ici, et de la promotion de l'auto-emploi. On a vu également un recrutement massif des femmes, conséquence de l'augmentation du taux de scolarisation des filles, et également l'ouverture des filières traditionnellement masculines aux femmes, notamment dans les armées, la gendarmerie et les douanes. On a vu aussi d'autres incidences sur les rapports sociaux de sexe. On a pu observer un allègement des tâches reproductives des femmes. Et à partir de 2000, on voit apparaître une volonté de prise en charge des besoins spécifiques des femmes avec la gratuité du traitement de certaines pathologies féminines pour le compte donc des groupes de femmes enceintes, comme les mesures relatives pour les femmes enceintes, les mesures de gratuité également pour les césariennes. Alors, en ce qui concerne le logement, on n'a pu observer aucun programme destiné spécialement aux femmes. Alors, et ce, dans les 3 pays. Et pendant la période de la COVID-19, on a pu observer une redéfinition des politiques sociales, un regain d'intérêt donc de ces politiques-là, qui s'est traduit notamment par un renforcement des capacités en santé et également des dimensions sexo-spécifiques obligatoires, ce qui constitue une exigence en fait des partenaires techniques et financiers. On peut poursuivre. Alors là, on va passer rapidement les acteurs majeurs de ces politiques-là, qu'est-ce qu'on a pu voir dans tous les cas, et ce, sur toutes les périodes. Pendant la période coloniale, c'est la France qui a été la principale ouvrière des politiques sociales qui ont été mises en œuvre. Et pendant la période également des programmes d'ajustement structurel, on a bien pu constater que les États, bien qu'ils soient là, qu'ils étaient présents, étaient quand même un peu limités dans leurs actions, puisque les actions de Bretton Woods dictaient ces politiques sociales-là selon certaines conditionnalités. Et pendant la période des passes, on a vu l'omniprésence des ONG, les organisations non gouvernementales, qui vont assurer d'une certaine façon des rôles régaliens. Et pendant la période de la COVID-19, en tout cas en matière de santé, on a pu voir un peu un retour de l'État, un retour, une force qu'on a pu relever avec la prise en compte ou alors l'élaboration et la mise en pratique de ces programmes de résilience-là sous la houlette des États dans les 3 pays. Alors, pour ce qui concerne les tendances comparatives, donc similaires un peu, ça on a pu le voir hein, tout à l'heure, on a pu constater dans les 3 pays que les fonctions de protection sociale sont plutôt dominantes. Et en ce qui concerne les mesures de sécurité sociale, on a pu observer qu'elles sont plus réservées aux travailleurs du secteur formel, quand on sait que nos économies sont plutôt surreprésentées par les acteurs du secteur informel. Alors, les mesures également qui ont visé à réglementer les marchés de l'emploi se sont caractérisées, n'existent quasiment pas hein, concernant les acteurs du secteur informel. On a pu également constater, et ce dans les 3 pays, qu'il y a une forte tendance à la promotion de l'emploi féminin et des jeunes. À peu près, c'est les mêmes dispositifs institutionnels hein, qui existent dans les 3 pays avec les agences parfois et également le démembrement de l'État. En ce qui concerne donc le logement, ce qu'on a pu constater de façon générale, c'est que c'est à peu près également les mêmes trajectoires. Pendant l'époque coloniale, les politiques sociales, c'était plutôt réservé aux colons, donc on peut quasiment dire qu'il n'existait pas de politique de logement destinée aux populations autochtones. C'est seulement pendant la période post-indépendance qu'on a pu constater des mesures volontaristes, même ambitieuses parfois, mais qui ont été très rapidement, qui ont perdu très rapidement de leur vigueur et de leur vitalité avec la période des programmes d'ajustement structurel. Et pendant la période de Covid, les secteurs à revenus faibles, la prédominance du secteur privé dans les programmes d'ajustement, dans les programmes de logement, les programmes de logement n'étaient pas prioritaires et donc on n'a pas pu voir ou constater des programmes destinés à ce secteur-là. Alors là, on a fait un tableau comparatif hein, des politiques sociales et vous pouvez voir de façon vraiment très synthétique les caractéristiques principales de ces politiques-là et finalement pour conclure, en tout cas pour ce tableau-là, que les trajectoires sont similaires et à peu de différence. Et ce, selon les 5 périodes qui ont été dégagées. Je te rends la parole, Marie, pour la conclusion.
Oui, je vais conclure. Et donc, on a vu que bon, il y a plusieurs contraintes qui ont accompagné donc les politiques sociales dans les 3 pays. Alors, on a imposé les politiques d'ajustement structurel qui ont été des contraintes majeures pour la mise en œuvre de ces politiques sociales durant cette période. Il y a eu l'absence d'autonomie dans l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre des politiques sociales qui a été renforcée par l'implication d'acteurs extérieurs, notamment les partenaires financiers et techniques et aussi les organisations internationales. On a vu aussi que parmi les contraintes, c'est que les politiques sociales sont élaborées selon une approche top-down. Donc, on ne prend pas en considération les réalités locales.
Hello,
Les populations
Mary
ne
Ford,
peuvent accepter des
you've
programmes
gone,
imposés
you've
par
gone
les
way beyond your
partenaires
time.
techniques et financiers. Oui, on a fini. Donc,
Yeah,
en
you've
conclusion,
gone way beyond your time, please. You can draw the conclusion.
c'est bon, on va arrêter là. Merci.
Thank you very much. Our speakers have gone minutes for their, beyond their given time. Now we'll invite Dominic to give us a talk on Cameroon, Congo, and Gabon. Thank you. 15 minutes, please.
Bonjour. Oui, notre présentation concerne l'un des clusters de l'Afrique centrale, composé de 3 pays. Le Cameroun, dont je suis le représentant, la RDC, représentée par le professeur Kouna qui est là, et le Gabon, représenté par Dr Marc Marundou, qui est également là. Et notre travail s'intitule « Trajectoire des politiques sociales de l'époque coloniale à l'ère du Covid-19 en Afrique centrale ». Nous avons réalisé, diapositive suivante s'il vous plaît. Nous restituons cette étude en 4 points. Premièrement, l'introduction, puis nous présentons les matériels et méthodes de la démarche, les principaux résultats et la conclusion dans laquelle nous présenterons une synthèse comparative. En ce qui concerne l'introduction, nous nous sommes d'abord référés à la définition des politiques sociales prescrites par le projet qui est du professeur Kandawire, selon laquelle les politiques sociales renvoient l'ensemble des interventions ayant une incidence directe sur le bien-être social, les institutions sociales et les relations sociales concernées par les effets de la redistribution, la protection des personnes, le renforcement du potentiel productif et la reproduction. Ensuite, il fallait définir ce qu'on entend par trajectoire des politiques sociales. Il s'agit tout simplement de l'ensemble des évolutions graduelles des politiques sociales sur les plans conceptuels ou théoriques, puis opérationnels ou pratiques, en fonction des mutations définies, en fonction des enjeux et des défis. Alors, il fallait se poser une question de départ. Les politiques sociales telles que définies plus haut ont-elles suffisamment contribué à la promotion de l'équité de genre et autres transformations socio-économiques dans nos pays de l'époque coloniale à l'ère du Covid-19? Autrement dit, l'ensemble des évolutions conceptuelles et opérationnelles des dites politiques ont-elles impulsé des transformations? Nous nous sommes fixés pour objectif principal d'établir les profils nationaux des trajectoires des politiques sociales en s'appuyant d'une part sur 4 secteurs clés, l'éducation, la santé, le logement et l'emploi, puis d'autre part en insistant d'une manière générale sur le retraçage de l'évolution historique des 5 fonctions de toute politique sociale, production, reproduction, redistribution, protection et cohésion sociale, puis sur les impacts associés sur le genre féminin et les transformations sociétales. Et de manière spécifique, il est question de retracer les idéologies et visions en fonction des contextes historiques, des interventions collectives, des incidences directes sur la protection sociale, le bien-être et les institutions sociales, les incidences sur l'équité de genre, les inégalités sociales et territoriales, les effets redistributifs, la protection et la production sociale, économique et territoriale. Et ce retracement du panorama historique est structuré en 5 principales périodes. La fin de l'ère coloniale, l'indépendance, l'ère de la crise et des ajustements, l'ère post-ajustement, puis l'ère du Covid-19. En ce qui concerne les résultats, en ce qui concerne la démarche méthodologique, nous nous sommes principalement appuyés sur, next one please, sur la démarche méthodologique prescrite par le projet GETSPA. Nous avons eu un atelier d'appropriation du projet ainsi de méthodologie. Et pour faire cette synthèse, nous nous sommes appuyés sur la démarche méthodologique envoyée par l'équipe projet. Cette méthode du projet a été opérationnalisée à travers des outils spécifiques. nous avons mobilisé par exemple la méthode accélérée de recherche participative, les entretiens semi-directifs, les observations de terrain. Next one, please. Les observations de terrain, la recherche documentaire et à travers les différents acteurs qui composent la société. Les données collectées ont fait l'objet d'une analyse qualitative de contenu et synthétisées à partir de la méthode systémique suivant des approches holistiques et pluridisciplinaires. En ce qui concerne les principaux résultats, nous allons les présenter par ère historique. Premièrement, la fin de l'ère coloniale, de 1940 à 1960. Nous pouvons dire que la fin de l'ère coloniale est marquée par l'amorce de l'implantation d'une véritable politique de développement des secteurs sociaux. Les secteurs dont le colonat avait mis un accent particulier sont notamment la santé et l'éducation. Les actions sociales n'étaient cependant pas toujours initiées afin d'assurer la protection des individus, ni à maintenir la cohésion sociale et encore moins de distribuer les richesses de manière équitable. Pour preuve, les inégalités sociales et les fractions sociales étaient même la règle. Next one, please. Sur le plan idéologique, nous pouvons dire que la colonisation se fonde sur l'exploitation des colonies, l'exploitation de l'homme par l'homme. Toutes les actions sociales dans les 4 secteurs étudiés avaient donc pour but de créer des conditions idoines pour une meilleure production et donc une exploitation économique optimale des colonies. Ce résultat rejoint le résultat de l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui vient d'être présenté. Nous avons donc constaté ce que nous avons baptisé le paradoxe des politiques sociales coloniales qui, d'une part, les politiques socio-coloniales, dans leur globalité, ont contribué à une transformation sociétale du Cameroun, de la RDC et du Gabon. Ça, c'est la première conclusion. Il peut être évoqué sommairement la création des établissements d'enseignement supérieur dans cette période de 1940-1960, la création des institutions d'investissement pour le développement économique et social, la mise sur pied d'une politique coloniale d'offre de bourse. Next one, la mise sur pied d'un système de santé coloniale marqué par la prédominance des soins primaires, la médecine itinérante, la construction des infrastructures modernes, tant en milieu rural qu'en milieu urbain, mais avec une insistance ou un accent sur les zones de production. Next one. Après la Seconde Guerre mondiale, il y a le comité de l'urbanisme et de l'habitat aux colonies qui a recommandé la mise sur pied des sociétés immobilières. Cela a été créé dans les différents pays. Cependant, les logements n'étaient pas pour tout le monde. Il y avait la discrimination. Nous avons appelé ségrégation coloniale. Les logements étaient réservés aux forces militaires, aux administrateurs coloniaux et à leurs auxiliaires nationaux. Un effort non négligeable d'encadrement juridique a été observé. Il y a eu les premiers textes qui datent même depuis 1922 pour le Cameroun par exemple. Il y a eu une reconsidération des cahiers de charges des entreprises comme des codes de travail. Il y a eu la loi Félix Houphouët-Boigny qui a supprimé, ne serait-ce qu'en théorie, le travail forcé dans les territoires d'outre-mer, d'où le Cameroun, le Gabon, la RDC étaient concernés. Next one. La création des services d'inspection du travail, la création de nouvelles réglementations à travers des décrets portant code de travail indigène ont été promulgués. La conférence de Brazzaville qui intervient en 1984 a été à l'origine de plusieurs décrets la constitution des syndicats professionnels. Ça, ce sont les aspects positifs. D'autre part, la contribution coloniale est contrastée par le système des travaux forcés, mal rémunérés et dans des conditions inhumaines, absence d'observation du code de travail, la prédominance de fortes discriminations et inégalités salariales et de propriété en faveur du genre masculin, dont le genre féminin était déjà discriminés. Forte discrimination du genre féminin dans l'éducation. En RDC, par exemple, l'éducation des filles se limitait à 3 domaines. La formation religieuse dans les congrégations, la formation comme aide-soignante ou sage-femme, puis la formation comme monitrice. Les cursus diplômants leur étaient interdits. Une forte concentration dans les zones de production. Toutes les œuvres qu'on a vues, c'est là où on voulait maintenir une bonne production. L'enseignement est orienté vers l'appui à la colonisation, avec la formation des agents de l'administration coloniale, des ouvriers, ainsi de suite. Il y a eu une prédominance de l'élitisme social dans l'éducation. Les enfants des chefs étaient priorisés, les enfants des administrateurs et des hommes d'affaires. Le système de santé colonial avait 2 principaux objectifs. Il était question, d'après les études de Wang, d'assurer la protection sanitaire des Européens nouvellement arrivés dans un milieu insalubre au climat dur. Et deuxièmement, protéger les indigènes en bonne santé, aptes à la promotion économique du territoire. Et Albert Sarang dit, cette assistance médicale aux indigènes relève d'une urgence économique pour les Occidentaux. Ça rejoint en d'autres termes ce qui a été évoqué tout à l'heure. Nous continuons. Next one, please. L'élitisme de l'accès aux soins modernes et forte discrimination des femmes, même au niveau des soins, cela a été observé. Des politiques sociales étaient donc extraverties, orientées vers l'extérieur. Next one. Les postes indépendantes. L'idéologie, c'était quoi? Penser les blessures et traumatismes du système colonial, poser des jalons d'une politique de développement national. Et à ce moment, il fallait commencer par l'élaboration des nouvelles politiques. Et ça se fonde sur le principe l'homme gagne pain et femme au foyer. Il y a donc une hiérarchisation consubstantielle de ces politiques basées sur les registres sociaux culturels. Next one. Il y a eu renforcement et diversification de l'œuvre sociale coloniale. Des systèmes nationaux de santé orientés vers sont créés, un nouveau système éducatif et même les logements sociaux réservés aux fonctionnaires et donc à des fins discriminatoires. Next one. Next one. Il y a des codes nationaux, toute une législation nationale se met en place avec, ça s'accompagne des recrutements massifs, l'emploi. Donc, il y a une recrudescence des politiques sociales dans cette période. Juste que le Cameroun, par exemple, connaît la crise de la guerre de l'indépendance qui fragilise la promotion des politiques sociales. Next one. Les économies extraverties empêchent le financement des politiques sociales. Ça plombe énormément. Et les politiques sociales passives sont instaurées. Dès lors, on les considère comme consommatrices des budgets. Next one. Il y a une perpétuation des discriminations des femmes à cette période, une perpétuation des inégalités territoriales et un ralentissement de l'œuvre sociale suite aux crises énergétiques des années 70 et 80. Next one. Nous pouvons dire que à l'époque, la RDC a gardé l'avance sur les politiques sociales par rapport aux 2 autres pays. Dans l'ère de la crise de l'ajustement, c'est la fin de l'État-providence avec les politiques de désarmement. C'est la fin de l'ère de l'État-providence avec la fin, avec les crises, et toutes les politiques sociales sont supprimées, les sociétés d'État sont privatisées, de très violentes avec des réductions du salaire aux 2/3, par exemple au Cameroun. Il y a donc renforcement de la déconnexion de l'économie politique sociale et renforcement des inégalités sociales et territoriales, la marginalisation des femmes également, bien que des réductions commencent à se faire ressentir. Next one. Les épidémies font rage, par exemple le sida, nous voyons la dégradation des acquis dans les conditions de travail. Les systèmes nationaux de santé, d'éducation, tout cela baisse énormément. Next one. Et il y a une puissante crise de distribution des richesses. Une minorité de richesses. Next one, please. À l'ère post-ajustement, il y a une résurgence des politiques sociales avec un changement de paradigme. Nous passons des politiques sociales passives à des politiques sociales actives, reposant sur ce qu'on a appelé l'investissement social. Ainsi, les 4 piliers sont promus: le renforcement de la production du capital humain, l'entrepreneuriat, bien que les projets financés dans le social peinent à être convertis en entreprises économiques pour impacter justement l'économie. La consommation reste faible parce que les pouvoirs d'achat ne sont pas élevés. C'est un pays où les salaires sont élevés comme le Gabon. Il n'y a vraiment pas une forte marge parce que le coût de vie est aussi élevé. Ça rejoint les réalités des pays à faible revenu comme le Cameroun. Il y a renforcement du système et diversification du système éducatif, du système de santé. Les projets de logement sont relancés, y compris les grands projets structurants augurant à l'émergence. Next one. Next one. OK. Il y a une priorisation du genre féminin. Honnêtement, sur le plan structurel, il y a une priorisation qui a un effet immédiat avec une amélioration. Et nous ne pouvons pas dire que les discriminations sont finies, mais il y a une nette amélioration. Par exemple, avant la crise anglophone, l'université de Bamenda, je crois aux années en 2014, avait plus que de garçons. Au Gabon également, ça a été enregistré l'année qui vient de s'achever. Donc, il y a eu un renforcement. Next one. Next one too. Next one again. À l'ère du Covid-19, nous remarquons que toutes les politiques sociales sont suspendues, les budgets sont retirés ou orientés vers la santé. Il y a quand même un effet positif, c'est que à l'ère du Covid, le système de santé connaît une nette amélioration avec la fermeture des frontières et donc des évacuations. Next one. Again. Again. Avec des licenciements. Again. À la conclusion, nous retraçons 4 principales trajectoires. Nous faisons la synthèse de 4 principales trajectoires. Sur le plan idéologique, nous voyons les changements, l'évolution de l'idéologie et de la vision des politiques sociales pendant les 5 périodes étudiées. Nous présentons également l'évolution de la trajectoire du rapport entre politique sociale et genre pendant les 4 périodes. Next one. La 3e trajectoire qui est tracée sous forme de tableau, c'est l'interconnexion entre politique sociale et politique économique. Nous voyons l'évolution de la fin de l'ère coloniale jusqu'à l'ère du Covid. Et enfin, la trajectoire de la fonction transformatrice, nous pouvons résumer en disant elle était très faible à la première période et actuellement elle est encore très faible. Sur ce, next one. Sur ce, nous vous remercions.
Thank you so much. At this point in time, I will invite our discussant, Atukwamna Onoma. You have 15 minutes. It's online. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, so 10 minutes. We can have more discussions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Okay. Let me start by thanking Professor Ntiosu for giving me the floor. I also would like to thank my colleagues at GETSPA for organizing this very interesting event. I particularly would like to extend my thanks to Esther. As everyone knows, she has been instrumental in bringing all of us together. My apologies for not being able to be there. I really wanted to. But let me take a few minutes to just comment on the papers. So we have, if we consider the work undertaken by these three clusters, we have an impressive collection of considerable breadth and ambition. We have 3 clusters that cover 9 countries. They are working on multiple sectors, ranging from education and health to agriculture and employment and beyond. And they are also looking at multiple periods over the history of this country, sometimes going back to the pre-colonial period, even though many of them just mentioned the colonial period during their presentations. Let me highlight some of the positives of these presentations. I think the first thing that we can acknowledge is that the work that they have undertaken constitutes an impressive resource base on a broad section of the Francophone world in Africa for people that are interested in social policy, but in broader political economy generally. So I think once we manage to put this out, we should expect that there are many people that will find this very, very useful, working in many, many areas on these countries. But for me, as someone who is not really a specialist on social policy, what's interesting is the extent to which they broach some of the most important questions in African political economy as they undertake this work on social policy. So let me highlight some of these. One of these is colonialism and its impact. We might say its persisting impact. There is also the question of the struggle for independence and its political economic benefits. I think there is a lot of comments on ideological struggles, especially between what we can think of as neoliberalism and dirigism. Of course, they have mentioned the issue of COVID-19, its opportunities and challenges. There is a lot of reflection also on the state and state-society relations in Africa. And I think at a more, how will I put it, maybe technical level, there is significant reflection on the process of policy making itself. So questions of policy coherence and incoherence and synergies across policies. The scholars have done interesting work also in looking at the links across countries within these clusters. I think the first presentation on Benin, Burkina Faso, and Côte d'Ivoire did this excellently, looking at the ways in which the 3 countries constituted what we can think of as one colonial unit, with each contributing different things that were very linked to each other, you know, training an elite, providing raw materials and providing labor. And we see this across the other clusters as well. So it's not just multiple case studies looking at individual countries. They're also looking at the conversations and interactions that have existed across these countries for a while. So in a sense, there is some attempt at comparison, and I will comment on this a little bit later. I think for someone who is interested in history also, I really admire the lack of presentism in most of the work. So they really take history seriously, looking at trajectories over time. And while we have these clusters and they emphasize similarities and similar trajectories, the authors have also taken the time to look at nuances across countries and over time. So for example, again, if you look at the Burkina Côte d'Ivoire, Benin case, they do acknowledge the Burkinabe revolution under Thomas Sankara and its peculiar impact. Now, let me say a few things about, you know, ways in which these studies can be improved going forward. So I'm thinking about the ways in which we can move from, the authors can move from producing reports, so maybe producing scholarly articles, for example, if they wish to, or maybe edited volumes if they wish to go in that direction. So one of the issues that needs to be addressed is the question of periodization and temporality. So I think it will be helpful if the authors did a more rigorous work of justifying periodization. Sometimes it seems self-evident, but I think more of an effort has to be done to justify this, especially because there are nuances in some of these countries' trajectories that require us to make more of an effort to understand why we have divided their histories in the manner in which we have done. I think a little bit of what the British call leveling up will also help. So leveling up, trying to create greater equality by pulling up certain aspects of this study. So part of the leveling up has to be thought of in terms of across countries within clusters. So if you look at the clusters, there are often some countries, reports on some countries that are better than others. And so improving the qualities of some of the country reports will help. I think even within the same country, there is often imbalance across sectors. And so the authors will do well to use the best sectors as the model and try to model the weaker sectors after that. And I think there is a pronounced question, there is a pronounced need to level up, especially when we talk about periods. There is often a tendency for the reports to be thinner as we go back in history. And this might be because there is lesser literature on historical periods, but I think more of an effort could be done. I don't know if the authors could access more historical records, archival materials, so things like that, that will help them to improve the quality of those of earlier periods. Now, I think the authors could do a better job. Some of the authors could do a better job of anchoring their report in the academic literature. So in some of the reports, there is a pronounced dependence on literature produced by NGOs or by the Office of the President or by this ministry. That is all good, but I think for academic work, probably it would be more beneficial if the authors try to complement this dependence on policy material with what we can think of as peer-reviewed publications in two areas. First, just in the history of these countries, but also literature in the broader social policy thematic area. And with this, I think there are two questions that the authors could ask. The first one is, how does the literature help them make sense of the dynamics that they see in the clusters that they are engaged with? But I think a second and maybe for me a more important question will be, how does the dynamics that they are unearthing in the sectors that they are dealing with, in the clusters that they are involved in, how does that speak to the broader literature on social policy? So it's the question of, what are they saying to the broader literature on social policy? How are they contributing to this literature? And that brings me to the question on comparison. So eminently, I mean, I think there are opportunities for more comparative work. So across countries, but across sectors within countries and across periods within countries. There is an attempt at doing this already, but if the authors decide to do it in a more serious way, I think there will be a need to reflect on methodology and study designs. So study designs that will allow for greater internal validity in making causal arguments and supporting these arguments. I think there is probably also going to be a need for greater parsimony. So in some of the attempts at making causal arguments, the authors sometimes give multiple reasons we can think of that maybe as a problem of overdetermination. But also, I think just paying attention to greater parsimony will help. Just maybe respect for what we social scientists often think of as the principle of Occam's razor, you know, the idea that more parsimonious arguments are better. And so just to conclude, as I'm talking about all of this, what is going on in my head, I mean, what I'm thinking of is the question of adding value. So a lot of these reports are excellent work in terms of descriptive analysis. I think the ways in which the authors can step up what they are doing is to engage in more explanatory work, adding value to what they're already doing, to allow people to make sense, not just to understand what's happening in these places, but to understand why things happen. For example, why countries had made certain policy choices. Why did countries switch paths over time? What explains the divergence across policy realms within the same country? Why is there variation across these countries that are often proximate geographically, but historically, and share similar historical trajectories? I think these are areas, directions in which these authors could go that will help them improve the quality of the work they are doing. I thank all of you very much.
Thank you so much. Exactly 10 minutes. So to the procedure, do we invite the rapporteur or we allow questions and comments? Discussions and comments for the three clusters. So if you have anything to say about the clusters, please. Or some questions. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I think you have the mic. Right.
The chair. And also thank you so much for the presenters for these other countries, the 9 countries or so. In fact, what they have presented, they are not very different, I think, from many of our findings, although we have not also presented ours. But I have some issues of concern. Like, for example, they are finding in the colonial time, they are very consistent. For example, by saying that the colonial masters, they promoted the Western values over the local values. For example, in the use of language and also in the education system, even in the health sector, because even the health system prioritize the Western medicine. Now, my question is, and my concern, as all this change, even after gaining independence, even up to today, because we are still pursuing the same. We prioritize Western values. Whether you are talking about education, we are still pursuing the same. At least an African would prefer to go even and study in the West than to study in Africa here. Whether it is the local medicine, nobody is promoting that. We promote Western medicine, and on and on and on. So the question is, what has really changed? Actually, if anything, the situation has worsened after independence in many African countries. If you talk about, for example, promoting even local values, like we in Uganda alone, we even don't have a national language. We have tried to come about with a national language, but we have failed. The consensus is English is better, is what unites us. When you talk about exploitation and segregation during colonial time, has it changed now? Because in some countries it could even be worse. You talk about some regimes coming in and you find everybody who is in power there, including the gendered component, consists of people from that person who is in power. So the segregation level and the discrimination level has almost remained the same or has even worsened with the gaining of independence. Now, I also agree with the discussant who said there is still an opportunity for comparison across the period. So I think next time probably, if we want to know that the colonial time probably did more justice than injustice to the African countries, should we compare the period before colonialism to the period during colonialism on these values here, and we see which one is better and which one is not. That's one. The second concern is about the structural adjustment period. Many times we keep on talking and we're saying the World Bank, the IMF, they imposed, we use the word imposed, the conditions on us as Africans. This led to unhealthy health sector values and education for girls and so forth. Now, what option did we have as African countries? Because that is the starting point. You don't have an option, you will be dependent, and there is no way you're going to cry foul. Because if you don't have an option, it's like running a family. You don't have anything in your family, you depend on people who tell you what to do, you are a sitting duck. So that is a key
so
thing.
that others too can have their turn.
So what option do we have? Because this is the thing we are seeing even during COVID-19. We are depending on Western prescription. Get this, get this. So unless Africans come with their option, they will continue to face these challenges, including on gender issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next contributor, please be brief so that we can have others have their turn.
Ok, merci. Je vais être très bref. Merci aux présentateurs et aux commentateurs. Juste une question pour le cluster Mali, Sénégal, Mauritanie, et pour savoir si le différend qui a opposé les premiers présidents du Mali et du Sénégal, notamment Senghor et Modibo, je crois, et qui a conduit à la séparation du grand pays qu'ils voulaient former, et si cette différence, d'une part, d'autre part, si ce qui s'est passé après au Mali, notamment avec ce qu'on a appelé la dictature de Moussa Traoré, et contrairement à ce qui est beaucoup plus démocratique au Sénégal, si ça n'a pas influencé un peu les idéologies et les pratiques autour des politiques sociales pour ces trois pays, parce que j'ai comme l'impression, je sais que le temps est très court, mais la présentation a semblé dire que les choses s'étaient passées de la même façon. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for being very brief. Very grateful.
Merci de me donner la parole. Je vais être très très bref. Et je voudrais féliciter vraiment les trois clusters. Et j'avoue qu'avec les présentations qui ont été faites ici, on a compris pourquoi ce travail a été demandé. Beaucoup plus. Et je voudrais particulièrement féliciter la première équipe parce que entre le Bénin, le Burkina Faso et la Côte d'Ivoire, l'interrelation, ce qui s'est passé au temps colonial, on a vu pratiquement, en écoutant les trois présentations, on a comme l'impression que les trajectoires ont été tracées au temps colonial et ce sont les mêmes trajectoires qui sont en train d'être suivies, comme le disait tout à l'heure Julius. Ça, je voudrais quand même aussi dire que chez nous, notre premier président, Sékou Touré, disait souvent qu'il ne voulait pas faire la politique de l'économie, mais l'économie de la politique. On a l'impression, et je crois que c'est ce qui sort des présentations, des différentes présentations qui ont été faites, que c'est toujours l'économie qui a prédominé sur le social. Et c'est ce qui ressort dans les différentes présentations. Et on a l'impression que les meilleures périodes ont été juste la période post-indépendance. Mais j'ai une question pour le Cameroun.
Et ils ont fait une très bonne présentation. Je n'ai pas compris, enfin, je n'ai pas bien vu ressortir l'influence ou les influences des trois puissances, je crois, si je ne me trompe, qui ont eu à coloniser ou en tout cas à intervenir au Cameroun, puisque vous savez qu'il y a la partie anglophone avec les Anglais, il y a la France, je crois il y a l'Allemagne, et je ne sais pas s'il y a un quatrième pays, ça ne ressort pas très bien dans la présentation. Merci.
To respond. Okay. So one more, and then Cameroon. I think so far there's only one question to Cameroon.
I wanted to follow up about what the discussant sort of flagged out. I feel uncomfortable that we're really not talking about a gender equitable and transformative policy. I think that's the core of this this project. So I might have missed it, but I didn't hear any engagement with what do we understand by gender transformative and equitable social policy, because if we continue to portray fragmented sessions, fragmented initiatives like include girls' education, which might not be education really, it could also be ignorance, unless we engage with how do we understand social policy and how does that policy become gender transformative. We will be missing the main direction of the project, the essence of the project.
Yeah, so this is some caution to us, especially for those who will be taking up some presentations after this. We make sure that we highlight that aspect. So please, Cameroon, can you respond? Yes, the question to the different colonial powers and their influence in Cameroon.
Merci pour cette question qui nous a été posée. Aussi vrai que nous avons aussi été intéressés,
je dirais même interpellés par le premier intervenant. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? Parce qu'on peut résumer en trois questions. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? Quelle a été la meilleure période? Et trois, quelle est la meilleure option ou l'option opportune? Voilà un peu les trois questions qu'on peut retenir de la première intervention. Il y a énormément de changements. Je prends la question du genre pour que la dernière intervenante ressente que nous avons intégré la genrisation dans notre travail. Il y a eu une nette évolution de l'époque coloniale à aujourd'hui, de manière concrète. Les filles vont déjà à l'école alors qu'à l'époque coloniale, c'était plus difficile. Nous avons déjà des établissements où le nombre de filles est même supérieur. Nous prenons le côté travail. Nous avons vu les filles ne travaillaient pas trop. Aujourd'hui, elles font les sciences de l'ingénieur. Il y a des ingénieurs filles en bâtiment au Cameroun, au Gabon, ainsi de suite. Donc, il y a évolution. Nous pouvons évoquer plusieurs aspects. Nous ne remettons pas en question que les discriminations demeurent. Ça, mais il y a une nette évolution. En ce qui concerne la meilleure période, nous pouvons dire que la meilleure période, c'est l'ère post-ajustement de 2000 à 2019. Parce que nous voyons une résurgence, une prise de conscience des dirigeants au sortir de la très puissante crise des années 90. Juste que dans certains pays voués à l'instabilité sociopolitique, par exemple la RDC, ainsi de suite, la RDC qui était leader perd le leadership, ça varie. Mais la meilleure période, c'est celle-là. Nous ne voulons pas dire qu'il n'y avait plus de problème, il y en avait, mais c'est quand même la meilleure période des 5. En ce qui concerne l'option opportune, c'est ce qui nous réunit ici. Rendre les politiques sociales genrées et transformatrices. Nous avons déjà parlé de la genrisation. Abordons la transformation. comment créer l'interconnexion entre politique sociale et politique économique. Comment les politiques sociales peuvent avoir une incidence transformatrice des politiques économiques. Et là, nous prenons l'exemple de l'Asie du Sud-Est où le système a réussi. Nous avons structuré, c'est parce qu'on n'a pas eu assez de temps, pour ressortir les 4 piliers de cette interconnexion. 1. Le capital humain. À partir des politiques sociales, de l'éducation, on forme le capital humain. Le Cameroun est aujourd'hui un pays exportateur du capital humain en formant plus de 35 000 licenciés professionnels. Donc il faut le capital humain pour l'économie. Le deuxième pilier de l'interconnexion à promouvoir, c'est quoi? C'est les infrastructures de base, infrastructures et équipements sociaux collectifs de base. Parce que j'ai fait une étude sur le système alimentaire métropolitain de Douala, 40% de la production reste en brousse, n'arrive pas dans les marchés à cause des infrastructures de base, les hôpitaux, ainsi de suite. Ça, c'est un pilier qui est promu par le social, mais qui relève l'économie, qui redynamise l'économie. Le troisième pilier fondamental de l'interconnexion à promouvoir, c'est quoi? C'est la consommation. La consommation fait tourner l'économie. Quand la consommation est faible, l'économie ne peut pas donner. Et le quatrième pilier, c'est l'entrepreneuriat. Il y a des projets jeunes qui sont financés dans nos pays, mais on ne voit pas la conversion de ces projets en création d'entreprises. Nous, on a enregistré des avis de décès alors que la personne est en train de fuir la justification du financement reçu. Il y a donc un problème de suivi du financement de l'entrepreneuriat jeune. Et c'est à ce niveau qu'on doit résoudre le problème de conversion de ces investissements en entreprise, comme ça a été fait en Asie du Sud-Est. Donc voilà pourquoi je résume en disant que l'objet de ce projet, pour nous, en Afrique centrale, constitue même l'option opportune. Et nous remercions les initiateurs de ce projet parce que cela nous a vraiment permis de comprendre en quoi est-ce que les politiques sociales peuvent impulser le développement comme cela a été fait en Asie du Sud-Est. En ce qui concerne maintenant l'influence des 3 puissances, telles que vous avez noté, je vous recadre. L'Allemagne, c'était avant, ça ne concerne pas les périodes étudiées, c'est beaucoup plus la France et l'Angleterre pour le Cameroun, la France pour le Gabon et la Belgique pour la RDC. C'est comme le collègue, l'avant-dernier intervenant l'a dit, ce sont les politiques coloniales, donc émanant de ces puissances, qui ont tracé la route. Nous avons vu, nous avons fait la synthèse à l'époque coloniale, les politiques sociales étaient extraverties. Donc, c'était au service du développement de la métropole. Après, les indépendants, c'est introverti, mais c'est toujours le même chemin tracé par les colons qui demeure. La consommation, on n'impulse pas la production. Donc, les politiques sociales sont maintenant introverties, mais restent passives, considérées comme budgétivores et orientées exclusivement vers une protection sociale qui même est piètre. C'est à partir de la 3e période, à savoir des années, la 4e période à partir des années 2000 à 2019, qu'on inverse le paradigme et on opte pour les politiques sociales à vocation transformatrice en optant pour l'investissement social. Le capital humain, les projets jeunes, ainsi de suite, surtout que la croissance économique enregistrée à cette période en est favorable. Donc, les 3 puissances ont influencé. Il y a ce qu'on a appelé la néocolonisation. Les colons sont partis, mais ils ont gardé le monopole de l'économie. Et cette caporalisation des économies des anciennes colonies empêche le financement du social. Nous pouvons dire par exemple que je vais arrêter. Je prends le cas des programmes d'ajustement structurel. Parce que vraiment, on n'a pas le temps, mais il faut aller en profondeur pour comprendre. En ce qui concerne les programmes d'ajustement structurel, on nous prête de l'argent. On nous impose les secteurs où il faut utiliser cet argent. Et ce sont eux qui sont même ceux qui vont nous livrer le matériel. On ne peut pas prêter de l'argent et l'utiliser dans un secteur non productif. Les voitures des administrateurs, les beaux luxes, les équipements et tout. Mais il faut rembourser. Donc, il y a ce problème, on voit l'influence du colon, même jusqu'aujourd'hui. Et ce n'est que maintenant, quand les accords néocoloniaux sont finis, il fallait renouveler ces accords. Et nous voyons par exemple dans un pays comme le Cameroun, où nous on a refusé de renouveler ces accords. Maintenant, le politique peut davantage revoir le social. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. That's another lecture for us. So on this note, I think we'll break. We'll have a snack break. I think Dr. Kwesa might take over, and then.
So we have a snack break on the left side here, down there, under the summer hats. Out there, we have a snack break. We encourage you to stretch your body, take some coffee, take some tea, and have some exercise. And then we'll come back in, I believe, in what, 10 minutes? In 30 minutes' time. But for the purposes of the subsequent sections, yes, the reports are big, and we all have a lot to say in terms of explaining them. But when we are addressing questions or we are responding to the questions that have been asked, let us be as brief as possible so that others will have the opportunity to also contribute, so that in the end we will have everybody having a chance to participate in the process. Thank you very much, and enjoy your coffee break.
Yes.
Biru el badu, oh láti bá mi délé. Bí o bá fẹ́ àbí o bá kọ̀yé, oh láti bá mi délé, bá mi. Akinyele wants to marry wife. He don't want to pay some bride price. You better find it. Akinyele omo jinadu. He don't want to pay some bride price. You better find it. Akinyele, 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 Akinyele. Me say be the same thing, lots of Milano, but today what tell me mole lawyer alakiti first class liar alakari sanwo koto jobe iya mi love me bàbá mi ló tọ́ mi, mo kì í sọmọ rẹ́gísítírì, alákọ̀wé lọ́yà. Akínyẹlé
Check 2, so.
Akínyẹlé
Yes, please.
Hey, check two, check two, check two, check.
Lawyer, alagidi, first class liar, alakari, sanwo. Come on, mumu, come on, jẹun, come on, somo, come on. Akínyẹlé o, akínyẹlé o, akínyẹlé, akínyẹlé, akínyẹlé o, akínyẹlé o, akínyẹlé o, akínyẹlé. Woke up early this morning with a smile on my face. Thought you were next to me, but then I see you walking away. Something right this morning. Is it a sign he's leaving me? So I call on a friend whom I know better than me. She says you worry much about things you don't understand, but don't give up if it doesn't go with the plan. Why not have some fun while you're still young and still okay? Cause life is short, do what you can today. Why can't you be happy? Ooh, 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 ooh. Why can't we be happy? Ooh, 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 ooh. What is life about? Did nobody tell you? The reason why I ask, I can see you're so confused. Oh, you worry much about the things you can't see. You have it all with your money, you still complain. Why not live this life while you're still young and still can't do it today? Why can't we be? Why can't we be happy? Tell me why can't we be happy? Why can't we be happy?
Sound check two. Please, can you mute the music? Should mute the music a bit. Yeah, check two, high sound, try high, check two, high sound, check two, high sound, check two. Sound, check two, high sound, check two, sound, check. Sound. Still bring. Sound check two, check two, high. Sound check. Check two, high. Sound check two. Check two. two.
Are we ready to go? Are the presenters ready? I see Nane Ekwe is not on there. Okay, 2 more minutes.
I'll do a couple of announcements before we start. Should I?
Yes, yes.
Hello, before the chair of this session takes over, just a few housekeeping things. One, we notice people looking for outlets. There are extension boards under your seats or under the table. Maybe even more importantly, we have had requests by people especially who are coming to Ghana for the first time that they would like some time to explore Accra a little bit. And we've looked at their schedule, and on Thursday, if we all keep to time, we can save some time and get us out of here early so that in the afternoon you can have some time to yourself to tour the city. So that's the aspiration, and of course it will depend on all of us trying to keep to schedule. So Thursday we'll propose how we want to reschedule the day so that we can have enough time at the end. And since I think we all want to do this, I hope we will work with the new schedule. So that's it for housekeeping, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bugri to formally start the next session.
Thanks, Nanekwe. You're welcome back for the second set of presentations. Welcome those in the room, but also those online. So I hope those online are hearing us. If you have audio problems, kindly alert us so that can be adjusted. So we have 3 presentations for 3 group of countries. As we witnessed in the first set of presentations, there is a lot to be said, a lot of literature to condense over a very short period. This is not easy at any time, but I would like to plead that since we will all have an opportunity to read your papers in full, keep to the highlights. So as in the morning, each presenter has 15 minutes. If they could finish before 15 minutes, there is room, provides room for interaction. So that's the advantage. I would find a way to alert the presenter a couple of minutes before 15 minutes. And for those online, I probably will just wave my hand. So if you are presenting online, please watch my rather short limp. It will wave like this. Okay, so not to belabor, the first presenter is Professor Nana Yidoho, who is presenting the cluster of Ghana and Nigeria, the Jollof feuding cousins.
The cousins are behaving themselves. We are getting along very well, aren't we, Mike and Hawa? So I'm presenting our synthesis, and this is the Ghana-Nigeria group. The team members are on the first slide. This is the outline that we suggested that we all use, so we are going to use this as well. We have a part one that looks at the trends over time in terms of ideologies, actors, and gendered and other dimensions of inequalities. And then that tries to look at thematic analysis, and then we'll get to some conclusions. So this is the part one. This is just a graphic to show that while there are differences in specific dates, the periodizations that we use for Ghana and Nigeria are somewhat in sync in that we can clearly identify a late colonial, early post-independence, era of crisis and adjustments, a post-structural adjustment period, and then the COVID period. Because Ghana and Nigeria were both unfortunately colonized by the same power, we tend to have had similar trends in social policy across the two colonies, moving from a state of, let's say, neglect, as the superpower in the region was too busy doing wars of conquest and focusing on exploitation of resources in the early stages to really worry about social policy making. So much of what was happening that we can recognize as nascent social policy was being done by churches and other charitable groups, and also by family and kin. This is important to remember. Communities, households, and family networks were the primary actors in what we call social policy making. But in the late colonial era, there was a move towards more deliberate and interventions in the area of social policy making. There was a focus on education and social security, and then other aspects of well-being were left to, again, churches and charitable organizations and family to take care of sort of social welfare. They were very deliberate about limiting resources in areas that could support the colonial enterprise, and so that would be education again, and maybe some areas of work. And then in other areas, they were content to supervise other organizations that were involved in provision of social welfare and other social services. Obviously, it was unequal, and it was deliberately so, because again, this was not about well-being of people, but rather about what will support the colonial enterprise. So it was very limited, minimalist, and created inequalities that we still see. that it privileged the southern areas, urban areas, men, formally educated persons, and formally employed persons. In the next slide, we look at the early post-independence era, where there was a nation building and status ethos for social policy making that was transformative in intent, even if it was not transformative in actual outcomes. Again, there was a focus on education and health, because this was very much a part of the human capital formation agenda to try to build modern citizens for a modern nation state and an industrial modern nation state. Okay. Since I can't rely on the screen, let me pull up my own slides here. Okay. So there was obviously an expansion of the scope and coverage from the sort of the limited coverage to certain Africans who could support the colonial enterprise to trying to extend it to all citizens. Again, that was the intent, although it may not have worked out in actual practice. So despite this expansion of coverage, despite this ambitious extension of especially education and health, because it was the same colonial apparatus and structures that were being built on, and maybe also because of perhaps a lack of resource, and there were still disparities that you could see that were primarily regional and ethnic disparities. And it's also best mentioning that because the emphasis was on economic growth and industrialization, social policy, even though it was intended to be transformative, still played a secondary role to economic policy making. It was seen as the instrument to have growth. For the most part, I should mention though that of course there was also a social cohesion function at the time, that social policy was meant to try to make people feel like they belong to a nation and to make them identify with and be happy to be part of a new nation. But still, the main ethos was economic policy making for economic transformation. A lot has been said about the crisis and adjustment era, and I feel like it's fairly similar for a lot of countries on the continent, so I don't know that I'll spend a lot of time here. But just to point out that all the changes that were happening moved us from a status approach where, you know, the states took the lead in social policy making to a market-led approach. That meant that there was a shift in locus of power from the state to multilateral actors, and also to private actors like businesses and civil society organizations. In Ghana and in Nigeria, and I'm sure in other countries, there was this era where everybody who had like a briefcase could set up an NGO, because the state was not to be trusted and the state was not seen as fit to do social policy. Then it was left to CSOs to come in to mop up after the to step into the gap that had been left by the state in terms of social provisioning. And obviously the social and economic hardships that this engendered marginalized people who had already been disenfranchised. There's a lot of literature that talks about how women in particular and women's livelihoods and women's work were greatly affected. There obviously would have been effects on people who were already poor and now being made to bear more of a burden for social provisioning and so on. We have a period beyond adjustment, and I put a question mark there because there's really a question about whether we've moved beyond adjustment, because we still have a liberal economic agenda with social policy seen more as a safety net. So at this period, we are seeming to equate social policy with social protection, which is a much more limited approach to doing social policy making, in that it focuses on the so-called marginalized, vulnerable, and poor, and it is meant to have a protection function to prevent things from happening to people and perhaps to try to elevate them out of poverty. But it doesn't focus on the entire population, and it doesn't try to do more than address problems that people have. There isn't the aspect of social policy making that's supposed to actually transform people's lives. So this is a very limited view of social policy making that we now have. And it's also worth noting that in this era, there's the deepening influence of so-called development partners. I put both in quotes because it's doubtful what kind of development they bring, and the partnership itself is in doubt. And also the growth of global development discourse. If you follow the analysis from the colonial time, you see that global actors and global development discourses have always been influential. That's how we came up with modernization and industrialization. But clearly in this era, there is much more naked and present and salient in the way that we do social policy making. Then moving to the COVID era is really a continuation of the post-structural adjustment era. But I think in this period, we see, even in more stark terms, in greater relief, the weaknesses and inequities of the social policy regimes that we have, where there's more of a social protection orientation, where there's, hardships for workers and especially women in the informal economy, and where we see, again, in greater relief, gender, intergenerational, sectorial, and spatial inequalities. I have a next slide that just shows this graphic from Development Reimagined, this group that did some analysis of the kinds of responses that we had to COVID. I'm not sure whether it is clear enough for you, but you can see that across the continent, you had about 95 instances of social safety nets, so tax relief, cash transfers, loss of income relief, rent, mortgage freezes. And then at the last column, you see that there were only 5 instances of gender-focused policies. So this would include increased pay for female leaders in rural areas, cash transfers specifically to new mothers, and/or female empowerment protection programs. So that just shows you where we still are, where the emphasis is on social protection, but also social protection that is not gender equitable. In the next few slides, then I have 2 slides that look at thematic analysis. The first one is on the legacies of colonialism. I'm on the program tomorrow to talk about this more in depth, so I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think the story in the 2 countries, reflects a lot of what was happening in at least the British colonies. But there's still a privileging of education and health. That is one of the things that we inherit because, again, we are still about human capital development for economic growth. There is duality or pluralism in our social policy structures and regimes, where some people rely more on informal systems and other people, usually formally educated and informal work, are able to take advantage of formal systems. There are still inequities that we see that are still part of the legacy. And then we see social policy provisioning as paternalistic, used often as a tool by, politicians in exchange for loyalty and votes. The next slide talks about what we see as ideologies, approaches, and actors that have kind of been consistent over the periods. And I'm repeating myself here, but the ideology and goal of social policy for different governments across time has been human capital development, but the normative approaches have differed. So the specific ways that they have tried to achieve this has changed. So what we are seeing is that in the colonial era, there was more restricted and discriminatory provisioning of social services. Then in the immediate post-independence period, there was a status universal provisioning. During structural adjustment, there was emphasis on market-led provisioning. And then in the post-adjustment, we have some shared provisioning or shared responsibility for social policy between state and non-state actors. And all of this also then shows us the second point, that the role of the state has been dynamic, is expanded, then constricted, but the role of global actors has expanded over time. So in conclusion, we argue from all of this that the logic of neoliberalism persists, that social policy is seen as a way to help address the excesses of neoliberalism and to address crisis. So we have a minimalist social protection agenda instead of a transformative social policy agenda. And we suggest that the quest to build comprehensive and transformative gender equitable social policy would involve a few steps. One, appreciating the inequities of the existing social policy regimes, which is part of what we are trying to do here as a project. Thinking more carefully about how we can integrate formal and informal social policy arrangements, given that the majority of relations do depend on informal arrangements. Expanding our understanding of social policy beyond social protection. We need to really fight this attempt to limit social policy to social protection. That we should be thinking about expanding the focus of social policy beyond education and health to other aspects of human well-being that are also important and that might not fit a human capital development agenda, but is important for well-being. I'd like to just say, this is in response to an earlier comment, and I'm now using my co-PI hat here, that I know that for many of our presentations, we have not been able to tackle this last bit about how we move to a transformative agenda. Most of what we focused on in the first year is trying to understand how to where we are, and obviously we are hoping that in year 2 of the project, having had a better analysis of what the situation is, we can be more intentional and more what's the word? Deliberate and analytical in trying to recommend the way forward for a gender equitable and transformative policy for Africa. Thank you.
Professor is also a very good goalkeeper. Okay, so thanks very much. This is really on time, so fantastic. So that sets the standard. Because we don't have time, let's take the other 2 presentations. And let's hope that they also keep to 15 minutes so we can get back to reach a discussion on all 3 presentations effectively. So we have next the group of Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Angola by Camiliza Rosario. Is Rosario, is Camille? Yeah, you are here. Thank you. There you are. Yeah. Okay. Yes, for questioning.
Thank you.
You can actually control.
Yeah, that's why I've decided to. I sit on the table. Okay. Oh, I should switch to this one? Yes. Hello. As I was introduced, I'm representing the 9th cluster, which includes Angola, Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, and Mozambique. Unfortunately, our colleagues from Angola and Guinea-Bissau could not be here. Angola is having an election, and our colleague is monitoring the election, and it will be a very important elections are always important, but in Angola it's particularly so this year. And our colleague in Guinea-Bissau has just moved to Addis Ababa to a new position, and she couldn't be here either. And we miss them both terribly, but I'm here with our leader, Clementina, who is from Cape Verde. I think some of the issues that have been said about colonialism and the inequalities that it produced are similar across regions, and I don't want to repeat myself, or repeat what has been said. We have divided our timeline into 4, not 5, as most have done. We have seen. We begin with 1933 to 1974. I think you can show the next slide. Thank you. And the reason why we chose 1933 and not before that is because this is when the Portuguese new state began, which was a corporativist state, and a lot of the legislative that legislative changes that occurred from what types of legislation existed started from that time that were very impactful and are the ones here, okay, that have an impact and are the ones that actually have a continuity, let us say, in the current legislation that we have. Most of the countries had their independences in 75. Guinea-Bissau had a little bit earlier. We are a bit unsure if it was 73 or 74. There was a long period of negotiation. But we sort of consider the post-colonial period to begin somewhere between 74 and 9, and it goes up until 1990, which is when the structural adjustments, they began a little bit earlier in the late 80s, but from then on, it really set off the economic changes that also affected a lot the practices of social policy. And we consider the fourth period, the latest period, which was from the Millennium Goals, the Millennium Declaration. It is a long period, and we did not consider a post-COVID because I think we are still in COVID, so we still need some time to see what kind of changes the COVID will bring. And a lot of the policies that were set during the COVID or because of COVID were temporary measures rather than structural changes as such. That's why we sort of include COVID within this longer period from the Millennium Declaration, because the ideology and the thought process is very much still linked to these Millennium Goals and Sustainable Development Goals. Now, in terms of comparative analysis of the patterns and trends in social policy over time in these 4 countries, as was said in the other countries, there was a racial separation ideology with separate politics for indigenous people and settler populations. And the economy was reliant on forced indigenous labor, and the policies that existed, the social policies that were linked to this forced indigenous labor, was to actually guarantee the health of this population for work, and of course, if there was education, is for them to satisfy the labor necessities. In terms of legislation, Cape Verde did not have the same indigenous law as the other the other colonies, and specifically the laws of indigenous separation were specific to Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Mozambique. They had the same text. However, that did not mean that Cape Verde did not also have racial discrimination and differentiation between the so-called indigenous and settled populations. In the post-colonial period, all countries adopted a Marxist ideology, and the main point was to eliminate the imbalances caused by colonialism and try to give greater access to indigenous populations to what they did not have. And the focus was very much on education and health, and also on accommodation, so that the indigenous population could actually have access to these, and less so actually on work because of the nature of the extractive work that colonial economy had. With the structural adjustments, of course, as everyone has experienced worldwide, but in Africa in particular, there was a change into a multi-party politics and democratization. So politically, this is what happened. But economically and in terms of social policy, of course, it meant that we moved towards a market economy, divestment of the social sectors, and therefore there was a huge impact. And there were a lot of legislative changes, especially from this hopefulness of expansion of social well-being and equality for the population, the general population. And after the Millennium Declaration, the focus was on poverty reduction strategies. In particular, Cape Verde, Guinea, and Mozambique were the poorest of the countries. Angola less so because of the wealth that it has with the oil, which does not mean that they did not have inequalities in the country, but they were less focused on that, and they were very much into the market economy and hoping that the market economy would create a redistribution, social redistribution. Unfortunately, these poverty reduction strategies that created a lot of plans and strategies and programs became very sectoral and siloed, which means that there was very little intersectoral cooperation. Next slide, please. In terms of interest and institutional actors, we had the Catholic Church during colonial times that was an important actor, specifically regarding the education and the education of a local elite that then, of course, became also very important in the post-colonial time in terms of becoming the governing elite. Mozambique has a particularity in which the Protestant church or the post-Protestant missions were central to the independent movement, which actually means that the Catholic Church lost a lot of its influence in the post-colony or the post-colonial time, and was and still is sometimes associated with the opposition. However, the same process of churches being important for education has been there for all the countries. After independence, we moved on to a single party. In the case of Angola, it was MPLA, PAIGC in Cape Verde and Guinea, and Frelimo in Mozambique. So Cape Verde has had successful regime change, whereas the other countries actually have sort of these parties. In Angola and Mozambique, the parties continue, the independence parties continue continue in power. We will see what happens now in Angola. And in Guinea-Bissau, there has been a lot of instability since 1973, and we can't really say that there has been successful regime change, but there have been attempts, but there have been violent. After the millennium, or structural adjustments, but coming into the millennium goals period, the development partners, bilateral partners and multilateral, like the World Bank or the UN, have been more influential, but they have varying and sometimes very contradictory interests. For example, when it comes with sexual and reproductive health, we know that the USAID is a big donor in terms of health, but for example, with the gag rule, it has some practices that are contradictory with what other development partners would prefer. In terms of ideologies, I think I've already mentioned this, but Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea have had post-independence wars and political instability. I think you can change the slide. And this has, of course, meant that a lot of the social programs and policies that were put in place were derailed in the war effort, but also in the sheer destruction of infrastructure, movement of populations, etc. And this has affected chiefly health and education sectors, but also the production, let us say, for example, in the rural areas, it has really impoverished the rural areas, and it has brought some pressure into the urban areas with the population movements. In the case of Cabo Verde, drought and desertification have had the same effect of not allowing for social policies to actually have the results that were expected or to be implemented as expected. On the other hand, in HIV/AIDS, the HIV/AIDS pandemic shaped policies and priorities in the health sector regarding sexual and reproductive health approaches and created lessons learned for the COVID pandemic. This is very much due to the sheer amount of investment that it had. In terms of the gender dimensions of social policy, women and children in colonial time were considered dependent of male workers, so they weren't really, I would say, if a woman was not married, let us say, it was not an individual to be considered in the law, so they only existed as dependents, and this sort of gives us an idea of what was the ideology behind what a woman was considered. In the post-independence, there was a rhetoric of women's emancipation. However, class trumped gender, and women were expected to focus on care work in the areas of education and health, and in countries like Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, it comes from the independence struggle in which even though they contributed to the war effort, these were some of the areas that they worked on. The policies targeting gender explicitly did not begin until the Beijing conference and the CEDAW. And subsequently, there were sectoral plans, so sectoral gender plans, empowerment programs, women poverty reduction strategies, and so on. And this included revisions of the family law, prevention of gender-based violence laws, etc. However, gaps do persist, and women continue to be among the most vulnerable to violence and poverty, among the least educated, and with least access to the formal market. Cape Verde has a parity law, as just to give an example, that has helped increase the percentage of women access to parliament, and the three countries, Angola, Mozambique, and Cape Verde, have above 30% representation in parliament. Guinea-Bissau does not. And in this, the instabilities, the political instability has had a lot of influence on the ability to create more equity, gender equity. Other dimensions of inequality, I think it has been mentioned that the rural and urban divide, regional divides that are in a way also affected by political, the political divide. There is a biased identification of vulnerable groups that is very much donor influenced, a persistent education gap between men and women, climate vulnerability in all the countries, and political exclusion is very important. Even in Cape Verde, where there has been a regime change, a successful regime change, in reality, political affiliation of a political party can determine inclusion or exclusion from the economy and even to access to social protection. I think I have very little time. I'll try to make it as fast as possible. So from the colonial legacies on social policy making, we have persistent inequalities that have been created since the colonial time. One of them is this rural-urban divide. There is an inability or an unwillingness to realize universal coverage for health, education, and social protection, and this has privileged urban populations and workers, so people with employment, formal employment, and so there are scores of people who are in the informal market who don't have access, the same access to these social benefits, even though, for example, health and education is supposed to be free or subsidized for everyone, but definitely social protection is very limited. There are deficient labor policies, which make of course, inability of youth, which makes the bulk of the population to access work, especially those coming from rural areas, even though education levels have been increasing. Deficient access of non-laborers and precarious laborers to social protection. One of the critiques has been that repayments of social protection assume that people are able to have continuous work throughout their lives, which is not the case. And there is a strong aversion to informal economy, and this comes from the colonial policies of not wanting to recognize informal laborers as part of the system or beneficiaries of the social policies. I will skip this one because I think I've already mentioned this. So in terms of overall critique of social policy making, what we think that has been good is there are new and inclusive policies promoting gender equity. However, there is weak implementation of such policies and legislation. So it's good that we have the legislation, but we need to be better at implementing them. There has been a revision and new legislation including all sectors. There is an adhesion to treaties and international conventions, which shows good faith towards wanting to have more equitable, a more equitable society. And there has been a cooperation with civil society regarding implementation of social policies, which can be also negative. For example, in Mozambique, the access to safe abortion, which has been legalized, cannot be guaranteed because there is no public funding. And therefore, only the NGOs are providing these services. If they are not there, the service won't be there. So it's good to have a cooperation, but not to be excessively dependent. In the case of Cape Verde, there's a similar situation for the support of gender-based violence victims. So there is no public funding. It's a complete dependency on the civil society or development partners. What has been bad is this lack of cooperation between sectors, which makes it so that actually there is an increased inequality and exclusion in our opinion, because it is sectors privilege different populations and exclude other populations that other sectors might privilege. The reliance on the market ignores the incapacity of the market to absorb, especially women and youth. There is weak knowledge-based decision-making due to failure in data capture, and especially in disaggregated data, so there is very little that is known about what policies affect, how policies affect women in particular. And there is a weak appreciation of economic and social impact of policies. And this was specifically the case during COVID, and the COVID policies focused on sanitary challenges and neglected impacts, for example, on the informal market or that affects women. Now, this will be the last one, the opportunity for transformation. So these 2 slides ahead in social policy. What we think is that African customary practices in terms of relating to each other have a lot of reconciliation and mediating and pacifying actors and practices. So we think that our states, except maybe for the Cape Verdean states, have been very authoritarian, but they could be convinced in becoming more conciliatory and mediating between their role as state sponsors with the citizens, and having a more peaceful relationship with the citizens, with, of course, the mediation of pacifying actors. So far, sometimes churches have been these mediating actors, but maybe we could find others in a civil society, for example, and less antagonizing relationship. We think that there should be an improved articulation between the state and non-state actors and development partners to design inclusive but multi-sector public policies, not siloed public policies. There should be an increased budgetary expenditure of social sectors as part of an economic structural development agenda. So I think it has been mentioned already, this relationship between the economic development agenda and how this is interrelated with the social sectors. We think that there should be an integration of women's solidarity groups and existing social and traditional dynamics in the development of social policies. And we think here, of course, examples such as savings groups that are very common, and the practices of trust that they create, and an inclusive approach regarding the informal sector in development strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. No, secretly to myself, so you were on time. So thanks very much, very rich. And you can see the comparative similarities, differences between West African case studies and some Southern African case studies, and a whole range of things to discuss. So to save the time for this discussion, can I ask the Mano River group, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia? Please try and keep it within 15 minutes. Otherwise, we would listen to you and we can't ask questions. And we will walk around feeling rather disappointed. Bernadette, take it away.
Yes. Thank you very much. We are the Mano River Union Group, Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone. The fourth country is Cote d'Ivoire, but unfortunately, our sibling was removed from us during this project. But we hope that at the end of the day, it will be brought back. We followed the structure for presentation that was given to us, so I will just pass that. That is we had 5 periods and 4 sectors: agriculture, education, health, and labor. The 5 structures we all know about. I will skip the objective of the synthesis report and this workshop. We all know the objectives and what it's meant to achieve. In terms of methodology, the synthesis report is as a result of our individual country reports, and in there we use the documentary and literature analysis, we use key informant interviews and focus group discussions. Of course, we follow the periodization for the individual countries as far as possible. We have 1 or 2 anomalies when it comes to Liberia because of the history of their past. So we followed the thematic analysis of social policy making over time and then conclusion. This is the map of Mano River Union. We try to explore similarities and differences, but especially the major ones. The 3 countries have different political history. Sierra Leone was colonized by the British with different. Pardon? Okay. So can you go to Mano River Union area, similarities and dissimilarities? Next, okay. What was important really was that we had different political history. Sierra Leone was colonized by the British using divide and rule and decentralization. Guinea was colonized by the French, and they had a different approach. They used direct rule and centralization. Liberia was not really colonized in the true sense of the word, and therefore it was difficult for Liberia to actually fit in the early colonial period because they had a different trajectory. All 3 countries have experienced Ebola and also the virus. We have had counter coups and coups, and we have been ruled for some time by the military. We looked at the differences in languages: French, English, both British English and American English. The Mano River Union had the first ever female president in Liberia. And then, of course, Guinea was the first French colony to have gained independence in Africa. So all this also would have a determinate effect on the social policies of the time. We said Liberia could not fit into the late era of 1940s to the late 1950s because from 1840s to 1920s, for Liberia, we call that the era of the American Colonization Society. And that era, saw Liberia, slaves settling down in Liberia. There was no harmony between the indigenous people and those liberated slaves that came from America. We saw that in the policies that they developed, which was mostly after the American style. The indigenous masses were used for tedious agricultural labor in concessions owned by the free slaves. And there was tension between the white-collared and the black-collared Liberians. The white collars called the Americo-Liberians. So this inequality even results into tension, and this tension still continues today. But for the two other countries, Sierra Leone and Guinea, of course, we were both colonized, and I said with the British and the French, different ideologies. But whatever was the different ideologies, their aims were the same, was to exploit the human, natural, and mineral resources to feed the industries back home. And therefore, even where they provided health services or insurance policies, all was geared towards giving them advantage in exploiting resources. If they built roads, it was to evacuate the resources and the products, from the hinterlands to the colonies, as they call it, or the metropole, so that it can be transported to the various countries. So the colonial period actually, in terms of gender empowerment, eroded the powers of the women. If we go further before the colonial era, literature says that, women in Africa were very strong. We had women warlords, and we didn't have this sharp gender division of labor in terms of crops, in terms of operations and all those things. But the introduction of monetized economy, the cash crop, and all those things actually relegated women to the periphery. The educational system was meant for the men to serve in the colonial administration. The women were to be good pastors' wives and homemakers and all of those things. So it did not really empower the African states, especially Sierra Leone and the two countries. Late colonial era, 1940s to the late 1950s, female and girl child education really was segregated, even in terms of the subjects that were taught in those schools. There were gender biases in policies, especially in health and also in agriculture and employment. The men worked mostly on the cash crops, and women on the food crops. So they didn't benefit from the monetized economy, even though they worked very hard also in the cash crop production. The early post-independence era saw multi-party political systems, plurality, and also the movement to provision of more mass and universal education. For example, we saw the establishment of agricultural universities in Sierra Leone and in Guinea and even in Liberia. And there was also move towards national languages as a medium of instruction, and there were a lot of policies also that were promulgated around this period in health, in education, in employment. But despite this, we saw that there were discriminations against the rural areas, the poor, female, the colored, and the light-skinned Liberians, Native and American named natives. So there was not much difference in the policies of the early colonial and even in the early post-independence era. We saw like Guinea and Sierra Leone organized women's cooperatives and gave them training in farming and marketing. We saw a lot of also gender activities. We saw the establishment of gender ministries or gender commissions, and also gender policies, especially to increase the empowerment of women in both elective and appointive positions. But despite all of this, we also saw free access, free provision of health services, payment of examination fees for secondary schools. This did not, however, translate into good health status for the citizens. We saw increased budget allocation to some of the sectors, you know, but at the same time, the economy situation did not allow growth. So while in principle the transition from colonialism should have reflected social policies that were more concerned with qualitative change in citizens' realities in practice, both periods were characterized by limited social policy that did little to fundamentally improve the citizens' life. The era of crisis and adjustment, you know, we all know the triggers of the structural adjustment. This forced Sierra Leone and Liberia and Guinea also, you know, to go in for the Bretton Woods loans with very stringent conditionalities. So like cuts in expenditure on the social sectors really, you know, had effect on all the sectors, both the social sectors and the productive sectors. There was increasing inflation, dwindling gross national product per capita. Of course, there was discontentment. We saw within this period a lot of coups and counter-coups. All four sectors suffered as a result of the SAP conditionalities: currency devaluation, removal of subsidies, essential commodities, tax reform. As a result, all three countries' economies were in shambles. Prices of commodities skyrocketed due to currency devaluation, while inflation greatly affected wages and salaries. The educational system was not spared at all, especially in the rural areas. In the indicators of increased enrollment and retention, loss of jobs swelled the number of unemployed youth, especially in the rural areas. There was mass exodus from the rural areas. This period also coincided with the rebel war that was suffered in Sierra Leone and Guinea and Liberia, but also at the same period, Guinea also had a lot of strikes, you know, due to dissatisfaction with the condition of living of the citizens. The period beyond adjustment, late 1990s to 2018, this period coincided with the rebel war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, and then the end of the rebel war in Guinea started in 2019. It was characterized by many post-conflict infrastructural, socio-economic, political, legal, and constitutional policy reform in all sectors. The education sector benefited from the rehabilitation or reconstruction of new and damaged infrastructure. There were new educational policies such as the 6334 system of education, curriculum revision, payment of fees, and also ensuring access to affordable health care meant that there were a lot of health policies that had to be revisited. Revitalizing the productive capacities of the employment sector that has been damaged, you know, a lot of mining services, agricultural services, we are not able to engage the citizens in a way that they could have effective livelihood activities. All the three countries were largely dependent on donor funding, community support for funding in the midst of severely limited human and technical capacities, especially the youth and women, and the inability to generate enough domestic revenues and pay wages. It was during this period that Ebola struck also in the three countries that actually exposed the vulnerability of the sectors that we are actually trying to regenerate after the war years. And we all know the effect of the Ebola crisis in these three countries. Very quick action interventions were adopted, but they were ad hoc, they were not far-reaching, and they were not long-term. And therefore, it did not bring in the empowerment that was required. These responses have been criticized as very temporal, limited in its effect, and concentrating on vulnerable groups instead of all persons affected by the pandemic. It was less empowering and welfare focused as another shortcoming of these emergency transfers. Of course, the era of COVID actually also forestalled all development processes, even though it was short-lived. And for Sierra Leone and Guinea and Liberia, the effects of the Ebola was far more devastating than that of COVID. Again, response mechanisms were put in place to varying degrees and measures. But the sectors were still hard hit, especially trade, tourism, transport, agriculture, fisheries, and manufacturing, and also the informal sectors and the small and medium-scale enterprises. Government had to come in with, and international organizations had to come in with quick fix responses, emergency cash and food transfers to vulnerable groups, hospitality sectors and small, medium enterprises and state-owned enterprises were bailed out. Of course, joblessness increased. The women and girls restricted during the period increased their vulnerability to sexual and gender-based violence. The COVID structures lacked any gender sensitivity, as the governance structure of most COVID interventions were highly male-dominated. Emphasis on social protection measures in the employment sector focused heavily on those perceived to be most vulnerable, have not necessarily been gender sensitive, and there has not been much effort to broaden the productive base of the economy, expanding jobs, and thus potentially strengthening Ebola. Instead, the outbreak has shown that social policies are ill-suited to address the issues that the outbreak has brought to light, with policies not only being inadequate, but even having their adverse implications for both health and livelihoods of ordinary citizens. In terms of analysis of social policy making over time, what we found out that serious social policy was not considered in the early colonial rule of Guinea and Sierra Leone, and where social policy schemes existed, it was exclusively for the citizens of the urban or colony employed by the colonial powers or for white settlers. In the transition to independence, all three countries were exemplars of the developmental state, wherein the state felt that for development to take place was necessary to address social sectors like health and education to the detriment of maybe other sectors. While the expansion and intensification of capitalism in structural adjustments strengthened the need for social protection, paradoxically, the call for a more limited state and for a reduction in social spending meant that social protection policies could not address the widespread poverty and suffering that citizens faced. For some scholars, it was the retrenchment that exacerbated the impact of Ebola outbreak, coming as it did on the back of broken health care systems that have been weakened by both war and low spending on health. While the call to strengthen all sectors, particularly the health system, was one of the most urgent after the Ebola COVID-19 outbreak has underscored how weak the effort at rebuilding really were. Similarly, we have to note that it revealed the continuous weakness of social policies. In conclusion, there has been no shortage of social policies across sectors in all three cluster countries, as has been witnessed by the plethora of policies, actions, institutions throughout the 5 era of study. Legislations have been enacted and institutions established to oversee the implementation of social policies in this country. Some political will can be said to have existed to ameliorate citizen suffering during emergencies of any kind from government and non-governmental organizations. However, social policy initiatives and programs in all three countries and across all 4 sectors have been and continue to be heavily underpinned by colonial policies and paradigm, even in post-independence era. The initiatives have been heavily donor-dependent on funding, thereby making them unsustainable. The size of social policy initiatives and programs have been rather ad hoc, with little potential for transmitting the lives of the recipients in a more empowering manner. Cash and food transfer has constituted the main response in times of emergency to cushion vulnerable and poor society members with a limited time span to adequate resources at the disposal of the government. They focus on mostly poor, vulnerable, and marginalized citizens with social policy initiative and program instead of the whole population, taking into consideration the specific situation and needs of each group, has tended to dip in poverty due to the fluid and transient nature of vulnerability. The gendered impact of social and economic policy has been largely ignored. Although women play critical roles in all sectors of focus, there is a near absence of women in the design, structures, and implementation of social policy implementation, as clearly observed in both Ebola and COVID-19 response structures and measures in Sierra Leone. As a result, issues of importance and concerns to women and girls are often overlooked, trivialized, and ghettoized. Comparatively, social policies have generally been gender blind in design, with women benefiting less than men, despite some improvements to women's empowerment through appointment to executive arms of governance and elections to the legislature and local government. This call for a reorientation of policymakers, donors, and development practitioners to be gender conscious and informed when planning, designing, and implementing emergency response measures, since such responses are never gender neutral in their effort. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Asante sana. Shukran.
Thank you, Bernadette, for a very interesting and comprehensive presentation. So we have 3 really rich and interesting presentations to discuss. If we don't want to go late for lunch, we have 20 minutes to discuss. If I see that you are really active, we shall continue discussing and let lunch be postponed to tomorrow. Right? So I assume that you would rather eat. In that case, may I ask first those online? There's a discussion. There is a discussion. I am so sorry. There is a discussion. So I have rushed you towards lunch. My apologies. Deborah. So Deborah, you have 10 minutes. You can use that. Try that, let's see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I think this is okay. And I promise you I won't do up to 10 minutes. Thank you very much for having me. I thank the organizers for putting this conference together. I like the theme very much, and I think it's very timely as we begin to think about COVID recovery. Although our presenter indicated that we are not entirely in a post-COVID era, COVID still lingers around. We still have to think about recovery and how we can, pick the bits and pieces that are left after the damaging effects of COVID. So thank you, presenters. I absolutely enjoyed the presentation, and I find your work very insightful. And it's also really insightful to hear you catalog all these policies that we have in the regions that you have worked in. And I have a few reflections. I must say that I didn't get to read the papers because I got them this morning, but I have skimmed through them, I have listened to you, and I think that there's quite a number of issues we can reflect on. And so I won't do so much of, presenter kind of submission, but very general, and I think quite a bit about how the periodization has been set up. I know this may be from the project design perspective. And I say this because starting from colonial era, I think is a bit problematic. I heard someone express the same sentiment. And it's very difficult to really put aside an entire era, pre-colonial era, and then say we are starting from a particular point. That kind of compartmentalization may be very problematic for, you know, as you progress in the project, where you think more about where do we move from here, what do we do, because definitely our history tells on how things are happening and what we want to do. I think also that perpetuates a certain rhetoric that, you know, Africans do not have a history. And so even from an intellectual political stance, I think that we should go beyond our colonial era and see how the happenings, including some of it which persists, the cultures, how they reflect on how social policy is constructed and shaped, and how they work, and probably also how they do not work. All of that is very important. And I heard some of those in the presentation from the Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, you know, cluster, where you talk also about culture and how culture also, you know, at least that is acknowledged somewhere in your presentation. And please pardon me if some of these exist in the other work. I definitely haven't had the opportunity to do a thorough reading, but I'm just raising some of these issues for our consideration. I like the intersectoral analysis from the Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia group. And I thought also in the earlier presentations, I thought about how the sectors have been segmented, and definitely things flow into each other. So agriculture and economics and health and even education, they flow. And so although you may have designed it in a way that you are looking at things in terms of sectors, definitely also pay attention to intersectoral issues. And the thing also about, in analyzing all these policies, I struggled to see the transformative agenda and effects, how they have been operationalizing it. And Anekwa, you were right in saying, for instance, you know, some policies have transformational intent. You know, so that may be the intention, but even the intention has to be crafted in a way that it becomes possible to execute. So if these policies lack these things, I think this project, that's one of the great things that you could highlight, that even from the crafting, because a lot of times we are thinking about the fact that if we have just done gender disaggregated, you know, data, we have it is in there. If we have targeted women, is in there. But all of us know that it needs to move beyond that into where it is touching on the core norms that perpetuate the inequalities that we see. So as you review these policies and work on them and do research and so on and so forth, look at them. If it's not there, bring it up and let us know. And then it may be picked on for future work and so on and so forth. And I was happy I heard again, you know, the contextual issues of war and Ebola. And of course, we can even broaden it to other, you know, health issues. And there are many more which are increasing in our sub-region and so on and so forth, even the NCDs. How do our social policies address these? And Cape Verde Group, Carmelisa, when you talked about care, for instance, that is an area where, you know, in this university, in the Institute of African Studies, for instance, we've done some very great work there. Care, in social policy. It's so important. And that makes me think about the tension between the neoliberal agenda of social policy and the well-being agenda. And Nanekia, you talked about well-being, highlighted in your work. And I have always thought that so long as we apply rational choice and neoliberal paradigm in doing social policy, it becomes counterproductive. Because some of it will not generate or will not make economic sense, but it would definitely make well-being sense. And a lot of times I read, for instance, if it has to be a policy on education, most of it is calculating and looking at how much of it will yield to productivity. All that is really valid and nice, but we will not always have it resulting in some productivity, some profits, some money. It will not always happen. Sometimes you just need to spend and have these policies on people who are dependent and they are vulnerable because they need it and they are part of society. And that's where the issue also of social justice comes into this whole discourse. What is just? What is fair? As against what makes economic sense. And I know that because in your periodization, you're also looking at, you have this era where there's economic reforms, and all those reforms are underpinned by debt and the need to, redeem economies. That, element is very strong and influences how we do the analysis, but we can't move beyond that. So just to fulfill my promise to the chair, I will not go on and on, but then I will also talk about the big C's. As you move into the next phase, there's some discussion about, the era in which we are is COVID, is costs, because there's a lot of inflation and all that is happening, not just COVID, but Ukraine, everything. And then climate change. I missed climate change in the discussions. It may be in there, but then it's important. If you are looking even at the sectors, it's education, health, and accommodation. But as I've said, these sectors are not discrete in themselves. Many things, overlap. So think also about the big C's. But I think you've done a great work. This is a great place to start, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Deborah wasn't here when we introduced ourselves, so just to mention that Deborah Atobra is the director of the Center for Gender Studies and Advocacy at the University of Ghana here. So thanks again very much. Okay, so we have 10 minutes to lunch. May I ask your indulgence for an extra 10 minutes for discussion? So we go to lunch 10 minutes later. Will you accept that? Okay. So on that basis, let me just find out whether there's anybody online who might want to ask a question. So IT people, is there anybody online? Yes, could we start with them? And it's for if you are hearing me, who is the first online? Who is online? Ah, yes.
Allô?
Yes.
Je suis Rose Deliman.
Okay.
Je suis du cluster Burkina, Côte d'Ivoire, Bénin.
Excellent. Please, can I ask you to keep it within 2 minutes?
Okay.
So please go ahead. Can you hear me? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Voilà. Je voudrais dire merci aux présentateurs des différents clusters. Et ma question s'adresse principalement au cluster Mano River. On a vu dans l'histoire que le Libéria est la Sierra Leone ont été des pays fortement impactés par la guerre. Et moi, ma question, c'est de savoir à quel moment est-ce que les politiques sociales sont mises, je dirais, en place ou sont mises en œuvre dans une situation de conflit. Est-ce que les conflits vont impacter la mise en œuvre de ces politiques sociales ou bien au contraire? Voici un peu, je dirais, ma préoccupation. Merci.
Thank you very much. Can we take one more from online? If there's any, there's none. Okay. Can we take a few more so that they can just answer rather than one after the other? Any questions? If you are making a comment, keep it brief. But any questions to any of the panelists? So there are, yes, please. I can't see from here, so I can't read the names.
All right. Would like to thank the presenters for such interesting presentations. My question goes to to all the presenters. Yeah, it talks about the issue raised by the online speaker, where it talks about social policy in post-conflict situations.
A bit closer to the mic.
Okay. Social policy in post-conflict situations. What role social policy can play in areas where there's been conflict, particularly in terms of healing the wounds which might have been created during the conflict. Yes. So, yeah. So I also believe that maybe social policy might play different roles depending with the context. So which means in the case of Liberia, the Guinea-Bissau, also issues of Mozambique and also Angola, the war period and the post-war period, the kind of social policy which might have been made and how social policy can play or create a critical role on that one. Then the second one talks to issues of, especially to Liberia, issues of social policy and migration is another important theme, where we see maybe those slaves from America being imported to Liberia, and the situation which was created maybe from that particular situation. And also you see a repeat of the same again, like now the UK sending those asylum seekers to Rwanda. So you might draw some similarities through those experiences. Then we might have a comment on that as well from the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Yes, please. Please keep it brief.
Thank you, Chair. I have, I think, 3 comments. One, on the first group, that's Ghana and Nigeria. I have liked the comment that after the crisis, the role of the state was dynamic, and also that the role of the global actors has been expanding. And that is my concern now. If it has been expanding, has it been doing so for the good of gender transformation or not? Because that's the question we should ask. If it is for good, how have we been leveraging this expansion to ensure that we make gender transformative policies? If they are not for good, what is the way forward? Because I think that's where we get locked up as African countries. We have the resources. Instead of mobilizing our resources to respond to the social development challenges, we are there leaving it to others, and that's why we see this expansion. So these are the questions. 2, the presenter from Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, and Angola, Mozambique, also concluded that, which is a genuine conclusion, and I think we all have this in our findings, that women are still vulnerable, and that is very true. Now, I wanted to find out from this cluster whether they found out also some kind of women's response to this kind of vulnerability. What are they doing? What are they doing as women's group or activists? Are they there, and what are they doing? If they are doing something, are there challenges they are facing? I know you talked about authoritarian regimes, which is frustrating or pacifying some of these actors. But precisely what are these women's group facing is what I want to know, because unless we identify some of these and overcome them, we shall be talking about gender transformative policies, but to no avail. And lastly, this group covered these sectors of health, accommodation, and agriculture. But I remember also when we were submitting our proposal for this, we also included agriculture, but it was rejected by, I think, a reviewer, that agriculture is really, there's no social policy in agriculture. So I simply want to be educated from this forum whether agriculture is also contribute to social transformation or not. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay, we have 3 interventions. So very quickly, starting from the gentleman in the yellow shirt, and then the next, and yeah, and we finish.
Thank you. I will be very brief. Now, I would like to know if there is any link between oil production and social policies in oil production countries such as Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, and so on. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Oui, moi j'aimerais poser une question en rapport avec le système colonial et je vais revenir sur l'intervention de la discutante. Premièrement, est-ce que le système d'indirect role a influencé particulièrement les politiques sociales coloniales par rapport au système du direct role chez nous, les francophones? Parce que dans l'indirect role, les communautés locales avaient un plus grand rôle et avaient donc l'opportunité d'implémenter la culture. Est-ce qu'il y a une remarque particulière dans les politiques sociales modernes en rapport avec l'indirect role? Et cette question se rapproche de l'intervention de la discutante sur la nécessité d'aller au-delà. Moi, je conceptualiserais même les politiques sociales traditionnelles. Est-ce qu'on gagnerait par les structurer? Là, c'est même pour tous les pays, c'est pas seulement... et la problématique de l'adaptation des politiques sociales traditionnelles, ce qu'on peut récupérer et valoriser. Je prends l'exemple, au Cameroun, l'enseignement primaire et maternel est contrôlé à plus de 80% par les femmes. Donc, il y a des mécanismes d'adaptation pour mieux repenser nos politiques. Is all.
Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much. So, the Mano River Union, in both the reports and the presentation, especially in the case of Liberia, the sense one gets is that in the period we are calling colonization was the period that the American Colonization Society was in charge. One of the things that was curious is that in almost all the reports, in British colonial Africa, French colonial Africa, and Portuguese colonial Africa, the earliest forms of social policy were clearly discriminatory on the basis of race. But it's also curious to notice that in Liberia, the Africans who were shipped down, who constituted part of the American Colonization Society, also instituted social policies that discriminated against the indigenous Africans. And I find that to be curious. I don't know whether I'm even asking a question or I'm just stating an observation, but that's something that I'm curious about. But again, also on the same cluster, the Mano River Union, it does appear to be that the countries in that cluster, the period that we are calling crisis and adjustment, for them, there was a twin crisis. There was the usual crisis, the basis upon which structural adjustment was imposed across Africa. But for these 3 countries too, there was also the political and civil crisis as well. it will be interesting to hear a bit more about the fate of social policy during this period, whether it was completely dead, and whether there were any efforts at all, and who were delivering it. Was it NGO or the state that was almost in collapse also, and so. But also in the report itself, particularly in the case of Celarion, as one reads it, you move from the colonial era straight to the adjustment period. The period immediately after colonial rule in Celarion was missing in the report. I don't know if this is deliberate or it was collapsed into any other period. Thank you.
Okay, so now one burning intervention. Okay, please do, but keep it brief. It's the last one. Yes.
Alors, donc, c'est le professeur Ousmane Ouagué du groupe Afrique de l'Ouest, Mali, Sénégal et Mauritanie. Merci beaucoup. J'ai écouté depuis ce matin, bien sûr, un ensemble d'interventions des commissaires. Moi, j'aimerais juste faire un petit constat. C'est que les parcours, bien sûr, de ces trous, de ces groupes de pays est presque identique, parce que vraiment, sous la colonisation, il y a eu quelques politiques éparses. Et le vrai problème a commencé avec surtout la colonisation, ou avec l'indépendance, où nos États ont poursuivi des parcours instables dans lesquels différentes politiques ont été élaborées. Ensuite, il y a eu, bien évidemment, les PASS, le programme d'ajustement structurel, donc qui ont vu un certain nombre d'États entreprendre des parcours divers. Et je vais m'attarder un tout petit peu sur, bien sûr, cette période des années 20 jusqu'à la période post-Covid. Moi, ce que j'aimerais juste faire un constat, c'est que malheureusement, c'est-à-dire, je dis bien malheureusement, parce que nos États ont entrepris un certain nombre de politiques sociales et d'assistance aux pauvres. Et la plupart des politiques, c'est l'assistance directe par les biais des cash transferts et entre autres, exactement. Et sur ce point, j'ai comme l'impression qu'on est en train de fabriquer...
Kindly ask a question, so we don't do another lecture.
C'est juste une intervention. Juste un petit point à ce niveau. J'ai comme l'impression qu'on est en train de préparer une nouvelle génération d'assistés, puisque avec la Covid et toutes ces répercussions, on est en train de préparer le nombre de pauvres ou bien le nombre de demandeurs est en train d'augmenter dans nos États. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour transformer cette assistance justement en politique sociale capable de donner du travail et de rendre justement ces mendiants et ces pauvres d'une façon générale maîtres d'eux-mêmes, c'est-à-dire dans la mesure, dans une situation où ils pourraient se prendre en charge à travers des petites entrées, de l'entrepreneuriat, de vivre contre le travail, etc., etc. C'est là, je m'arrête là et je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a round of responses, starting from Kamelisa. If you want to pick anything at all.
Thank you. I think I will pick two, but I think I will start with something that I found very interesting about what Deborah commented on our presentations, which is the issue of care in social that there is this tension between the well-being agenda and the neoliberal agenda, and I think you're absolutely correct. That I think when we were mentioning something about a state that is conciliatory, it is a state that doesn't think only on economic terms, because having a reconciled and pacified, in a good sense, peoples whose needs are addressed also allows for prosperity that includes economic prosperity. So I think you're onto something really strong, and I think we need to stress this better. How do we make it relevant within our own cultural context and the way we think about and relate to conflict? And I'm mentioning conflict because Mozambique is a country, and the other countries, except maybe for Cape Verde, have a lot of conflict. So how do we get out of conflict and have this prosperous these countries that focus on well-being of everyone, so not just on the economics. So I think that is a good point. And that takes me to this question about oil production and how this is related to social policies. I think they have been related in different ways, in the sense that in the case of Angola, the oil production, what was thought, and this is the market thinking, that with the good economics, it will trickle down into social welfare. And this is not the case. It's the hope, and it is what is hoped, that the economy then will trickle down into social welfare. And this is the logic or the ideology of how they are connected. And there are other approaches. In the case of Mozambique, or in some cases, people have tried to reach case, which is the sovereign fund in social well-being, social protection, and the future generations. So, whichever the case and whichever the ideology, the idea is that the ability of having funds to fund social policies is important, and this is how the economy is linked to social policies, irrespective of the economy. So in many of our cases in which we actually depend more on agricultural production or other sectors that are not as wealthy, it's still, I think the thought behind is that we still need to find ways to fund our social policies, to fund the well-being of all our citizens. And the general consensus is that this is possible, irrespective of how rich we are. So, and I think this is what we need to be thinking about, how to make this possible. And I think it was mentioned something about with our own funds, not just donors. We need to think about our own wealth and our economies and how to fund ourselves. And this is how we can make it.
Thank you, Bernadette. So many questions to you.
Thank you very much. Somebody asked the question, how did Liberia and Sierra Leone during the war whether they were able to promulgate any social policies? If yes, how were they able to implement it? The answer is yes. Even in the midst of the war, we were able to implement some policies. Because you see, sometimes the war moved from one part of the country to another. Life did not come to a complete standstill, during our 11-year war. For example, in 1996, the people agitated for multi-party democracy elections. Some of the parts of the country were behind rebel lines. So what did we do? We adopted the PR system. Our constitution talks of the first past the post. And for us to do that, we need to have census. We couldn't do census. So we had to go and amend some aspects of our constitution so that we can do first past we can do PR system, just so that we can have elections. So, and during that, after the elections in 1996, we also instituted the policy of paying for transitional exams, from primary school to secondary school and university. Because the parents were poor, they didn't have anything. So government had to pay for all the West African examination councils for everybody who was in the transitional classes, And that social policy is still going on. In fact, it has reduced dropout, between those transitional classes. It has also increased girl child education, because sometimes when the girls go to those classes, if parents have too many children and they don't have the money, it's the girls that drop out first. So we are able to implement some of those policies. Of course, it will be interrupted either as the war escalates, or maybe you don't have money because the revenue collection drew down, and the industries were closed, the rutile, the bauxites were closed, so your revenue generation was low. But we are able to implement some, not all. And then somebody said, we started in the proposal writing, agriculture was one, but it was dropped. I can't remember because for Africa especially, most countries in Africa, we are an agricultural agrarian-based economy. So if you are talking of social policies, you know, I don't think you can leave agriculture behind, because what you implement in health and education, they have intricate relationship. A healthy workforce leads to healthy, good production. A weak, poor health population cannot produce. You see, an illiterate population that cannot have access to information on improved agricultural practices cannot increase. So for us in Sierra Leone, in our Mano River Union structure, we use all 4 clusters: agriculture, health, education, and employment. Employment is so important in our subcultures. You know, we have mining organizations, mining businesses. So social policies can also impact on employment. Yeah, so we thought that agriculture was important, so we left it. You said you didn't see our presentation on the post-immediate independence. We have it. It is there. I just, as we are talking, I just went to our individual clusters, you know. It's here, early post-independence era, late 1950 to 1960. And for every periodization and for every sector, you know, we discussed it. So it's there. I don't know what has happened, but it's there. We are very conscious about it. In my presentation, we focused on all 5 periodization, of course, and then a little bit on Liberia, you know, which was a different case. So I think it's there. I don't know which other questions. Okay, then the indirect rule. You see, the difference between the French colonizers and the British colonizers was that the British used indirect rule. That means they recognized the traditional authorities that were already in place, and they helped them rule. They used them when they wanted to implement policy. It was easy for policies and laws, you know, to trickle down and be implemented if you walked through the existing structures. So the indirect rule had an implication on social policy in our countries, especially, you know, Sierra Leone, where we had paramountries. And if you take, for example, the Ebola era, we were able to turn around the curve because the government, after having done everything and the curve was just going up, now went down to the communities, to the traditional leaders. You see, we revere our dead. We wash them, we want to do everything. So how was government going to ensure that? One of the fastest way of infection was when you touch dead bodies, you know, who died as a result of Ebola. So the traditional leaders were called, they were used, and even Ebola, the lessons were, you know, also transferred to COVID by using the traditional leaders, you know, to ensure that there were bylaws, you know, when visitors entered any village, you go straight to the traditional leaders and say, I'm here, so that they know your movement, they know where you are coming. So without the traditional leaders, you know, in our countries, you know, some of us, we could not have changed the direction of the curve because they are on the ground, they know the issues, they know their people and so forth.
Thank you. I don't want us to give too much credit to the British. The reason they used indirect rule was because they were clearly too focused on resource exploitation and not that interested in doing much for the population. Let's also remember that they also created, what's the word? Created traditions. There's this famous book about imagined traditions. So they created so-called traditional structures and changed them for their own good. So it wasn't benign, and yeah, we don't want to give them too much credit for that. They also did a lot of harm in trying to reinvent. That's the one, reinvention of tradition. That's the book. I want to pick up on Deborah's comments about the way we seem to have ignored what existed before the advent of, colonialism. That was not the intent. I think we're trying to focus on the periods where there were some concerted, sort of coherent attempts at social policy making. We are certainly hoping, and I think it was evident in the synthesis report that we gave from our cluster, that we recognize the existence and persistence of indigenous and private, mostly informal social policy regimes and structures. And we certainly hope that in the analysis this will be taken into account. In fact, tomorrow, Mike is going to give a presentation on indigenous and informal social policy structures and how they intersect with the more formal structures that we are talking about. So certainly as a project that is based in the Institute of African Studies, we would not make that mistake of pretending that we didn't have a history before colonialism, happened to us. I also appreciated your comments about contextual issues. And while you were talking, it occurred to me that for our cluster, we hadn't talked about the Ghana and Nigeria's history of immigration and repatriations that happened in the 1980s, where we sent people back and they retaliated by sending a whole bunch of Ghanaian immigrants in Nigeria back at us, and what that meant for our social policy context. So thank you for reminding me that that's an important context to bring up. Just on the question of how structural adjustment changed the direction of social policy making on the continent, I wanted to bring in a little nuance, because we have a section on post-structural adjustment, which I suggested in my presentation is not really post anything, where it's a continuation. But I did want to mention that there is, like, as a colleague of mine used to say, repetition with a critical difference. So in the post-structural adjustment, we still have neoliberalism maintained as the prevailing logic, but an attempt to accommodate social dimensions that it had previously ignored. And you see that in keywords that we hear now about safety nets and pro-poor growth and social inclusion and gender equality. But the assumption still appears to be that social policy can provide sort of cosmetic reforms to address the excesses of neoliberalism. And I just wanted to bring a few examples. I think I left my presentation at a level of abstraction. But what I mean by this is that you have employment schemes for young people, but these are initiated to produce jobs that the neoliberal economic reforms have failed to produce or to provide. So you have cash transfers, but these are designed to support livelihoods that neoliberal policies have actually undermined. And then you have school feeding programs that are created to ameliorate the situation of hunger and food insecurity that have been created by these policies. So while we do see that structural adjustments came, and well, we accepted it and it has continued, I just wanted to bring this sort of nuance about how we are trying or pretending that we are moving away from it with all these band-aids, but these band-aids are addressing the problems that have been produced exactly by these kinds of policies. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Can you give the panel and the discussant a big hand of applause? May you enjoy your food and don't choke on it. We are back in 40 minutes. Thank you very much. And may you give the chairman a hand of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Any announcements? Thank you.
So we have lunch, which is ready right where we had the snack earlier on. And as the chair just indicated we have 40 minutes. Sorry if you feel rushed, but we have 40 minutes to get that done. And then we come back to have the last section for today. Thank you.
Yeah, check 2. Hi, test 2. Try. Hi, test 2.
It's leaving me, so I call on a friend whom I know better than me. She says you worry much about things you don't understand. With the blend, why not?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's hard to have a focused session after such a fantastic meal, but we have to go to work now. Please, I don't know. Should they come up here? Yeah, please. Thank you. Hello? Folks, oh, I'm sick of this. What?
Equal.
What is it?
Dry ginger.
Oh, right.
Taste
It's
it.
good. Look for the
Taste
throat.
it.
Okay. Very nice.
Okay, so please, let's be seated. We are about to start the next session. I leave this with you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Sharagara.
Please, which of the mics you want to use this one or this one?
I don't know, whatever works.
Both works, so whichever one you want.
It's okay, this is fine. But it hasn't been working this morning, so. Hello. Good afternoon. This afternoon we have synthesis reports from 4 clusters, which implies that each one of you will be very succinct in terms of providing the synthesis. So I really urge you to please stick to the time if we're to discuss. And I think the best part of conferences like this is the feedback you get from participants through questions, comments, and so forth. So with that, we have exactly 2 hours or less, because we're a bit late. So I'll give 15 minutes to each presenter. Please take note, 15 minutes. And we will focus on the main findings, the conclusions, comparisons if it is possible, and pointing to ways forward if you're prepared for that. So with that, I would like to call, I believe, the cluster for the Horn of Africa, Kasa, Tashagar. Okay, so I can easily harass my own compatriot. Hello. Hey. يفلك. Okay. Kasa is going to talk to us about Djibouti, Ethiopia, and a summary of the synthesis of these reports. And so I'll call on you to start, please, if you prefer.
Thank you very much. My slides. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This team is from Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Sudan. The team members, myself, Mupunga from Djibouti, and Abbas from Sudan. So the title is I think sorry. So is that not working? Oh, please go ahead once. Yeah, please finish it first. Yeah, thank you very much. So I will give a background of our analysis, the background of the three countries. As you know, Ethiopia is the second largest country in terms of population, following Nigeria. And Sudan is also large in terms of land size. But Djibouti is a very small nation. So we do the comparative analysis of these three countries, taking gender equitability and transformative social policy into account. So Ethiopia was not colonized, but the experience of social policy is not much different from other countries in terms of trend. So we can say that indirectly the influence was there, but directly colonizers were not there to establish their administration. So the period from 1940s to 1971, 1974, we call this the imperial era. And the government was mainly capitalist oriented, influenced by the Westerns, mainly French, Great Britain, and Americans. Then starting from 1974 to 1991, we call this socialist government. And it was also influenced by Eastern Europe countries in terms of social policy development. But starting from 1991 to 2018, we call this EPRDF, or Revolutionary Democracy. This was highly shaped by a structural adjustment program in terms of crafting policies. And now we are in the period of prosperity. And it is yet to be seen. When it comes to Djibouti, we can categorize this colonial and post-colonial. Till 1977, it was a French colony, and most policies were influenced by the French system. And in 1977, Djibouti got its independence from France, but the system of France was there even for 2 decades, and policies were shaped, social policies were shaped by mainly French system, but I will come back to this in detail. Sudan, pre-colonial period, we call this Anglo-Egyptian colonial rule, and the system was shaped by this British system, but in collaboration with Egypt again. Post-colonial, starting from 1996 onwards. But unfortunately, the experience of Sudan tells us that these 2 periods of war distracted the country, especially in terms of policy. Go ahead, please. So the problem that we are interested in is that, as you all know, and also strongly argued by Professor Jimmy Adesina and also Professor Tandika, Africa's effort towards achieving socio-economic development is an unfinished project. Why? Because we are living in a deep crisis in poverty, inequality in terms of income, in terms of gender, in terms of youth unemployment, conflict. All these are problems that we need to tackle. And the scholars in the field argue that if our social policy is sovereign and transformative, we can change this. However, we don't have well-established lesson
to confirm this, and that is the reason why we do this analysis. Go ahead, please. Let me start from Ethiopia's trajectory of social policy. One of the social policies in Ethiopia is social security policy. Informal social security was there even before 1963 in Ethiopia. We have our own local name for that, and this system has done a lot of things, positive things. But formally, social security policy has been started since 1963 after the craft of this public sector security, social security proclamation. But the problem of this policy was that it targeted only public servants and military bodies, including police. So the private sectors, other citizens were not covered by this policy. Then in the 1970s, especially during the socialist government system, there was an emergency response taking social security into account. The government established rehabilitation and a relief center and got assistance from many countries to support, because that time there was war, there was drought, and there were many crises in the country. But in 1995, the Ethiopian constitution provided social security as a right to those who are interested in, at least in principle. And it's a good example, like a good model for others too. And the next year, in 1996, the government established this developmental social welfare policy, but that was not formulated because of lack of resource. And they established this productive safety net program in 2015. In 2005, and this is now the second largest social security program in Africa. And it has more than 8 million participants, beneficiaries, and this is also a good model for Ethiopia. Then in 2011, the private sector security was also issued. Why? Because starting from 1963, private employees were not able to cover by this security. However, starting from 2014 onwards, there is a national social security program, so social protection program, that covers many aspects in the country. So I think the literature is now becoming adequate in terms of taking the experience of social security in Ethiopia, and other countries can learn from this. Please go ahead. In terms of education, it's also the same trend, starting from the 1920s to 1970s. During the imperial era, both traditional education system and modern education system were there. Even if the system was not colonized by foreigners, the education system was first shaped by the French people, then British, and also in the 1970s, starting from 1960 to 1970s, Americans. However, they were not able to penetrate and influence directly. Even if they don't control directly, their influence was not was significant. But we can categorize the trend into a genesis of the development of the education policy, then incremental progress during the Derg regime. In that case, even if the Derg regime give emphasis to education, at the same time, they also politicized, and they used it for their own political agenda based on the socialist principle. Then the expansion has been done in 1990 to 2018. And finally, okay. So please go ahead. Health policy is also in Ethiopian context. We can see it from the late colonial era to the current in terms of trend. We do have a good trend developing the health policy to more preventive focused approach, and the primary healthcare unit is the model in Ethiopia. Go ahead, please. Then employment policy is also the same. It has a good trend in terms of giving opportunity for youth based on this national employment policy. Please, go ahead. Then Sudan, in Sudan, again, education was highly controlled by British system, and women and children were not able to get access to education because of the interest the British had. Please go to the next slide. And also after independence, the system was also failed to provide adequate education service because there was no stabilized system in the country. Please continue. It applies to education, health again. Continue, please. Djibouti, again in Djibouti, during the French system, they tried to apply this pragmatic policy, social policy approach, but they were not, that policy approach was not succeeded because the locals, when they liberate, they were trying to demolish what they had, and that created a lot of mess in both education, health, and labor policy. Please continue. Go ahead. Once. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please. Please, go ahead. Go ahead to the last slide, please. Yeah, yeah. The key challenges that we came out from the analysis. Policies were not formulated internally. They were pushed by external bodies. In general, inequality is a characteristic in terms of gender and income class. Low participation of the locals in the policy process. The policies were also dependent on foreign ideology. Especially these things created mess during COVID-19. Please go ahead. Now our way forward, let me say something about these three slides, 3 points. Our policies should be transformative in terms of giving a right to citizens. It should also be progressive and sovereign so that it will contribute to these three countries in particular and in Africa in general. Gender equitability is also an issue in the three countries, so we need to work on this and minimize the effect. Finally, the focus should be given to quality social service, and capacity of the institutions should be developed to tackle diseases like coronavirus. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think I want to remind the House about the experience we had just before lunch, which is be succinct and stick to the time. He's a good example. I stopped him in the middle, and I will continue to do so because we have, I think, established a pattern about pre-colonial experiences, the colonial experience, and we need not, in this particular synthesis, repeat those. So please move on to the trajectory of social policy, what we can learn, what we can compare in our clusters. I will now call on Omana. I have warned him already that I will harass him if he passes the time. So please talk to us about Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. Like I said, leave out the backgrounds about pre-colonial and colonial and stick to the main issues found by the report.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, this is cluster 4, and we are these countries you are seeing, and we are all 3 here, but the 4th person is not able to be with us. That is from Tanzania. But we covered really the topic that has been the focus of the research. Next. Yeah, so in the way we also cluster the periods, they are just like for the rest. The late colonial period from 40 to 60, the post-immediate independent period, 61 to 80, the neoliberal, beyond the crisis, and the COVID-19 period up to date. And our focus were on 4 sectors: education, health, employment, water, hygiene, and sanitation. And of course, in terms of methodology, we followed also what the rest followed, is mainly and predominantly qualitative research, of course, using trend analysis on the basis of these periods that I've mentioned. Yeah, so for the first period, if we are to do a comparative reporting on what we analyzed, the first period, of course, in terms of ideological orientation, of course, here we are seeing the colonial-driven kind of interest that was predominant. And of course, it did not favor the real Africans. The interests were mainly for the whites, Asians, Arabs, the local chiefs, and home guards. Those were the people favored by the policy. And during that time, also the policies were influenced by some global agenda under the UN Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, and of course the World Bank Advice on Economic and Social Development of the 1950s. So in terms of participation, you find at least the indigenous or the local people had no space or no sufficient space in the policy development process. The space was very constricted and consisted of many of those I mentioned above, including the missionaries. And of course, in terms of the policy value, the key emphasis here was on access, and access to education, access to health, which, as I said, did not favor the local people, because whoever was sent to school was to beef up the administrative structure of the whites. And because of that, there were a lot of segregation and inequalities in the social provisioning in terms of health and education. Yeah, so for example, if you look at the health sector, you find the maternal and child health care was mainly offered by the missionaries, and from the colonial office there was no priority in the colonial budgets regarding this. And also in terms of education, there was like a kind of institutionalized discrimination in respect of these policies which are there in Tanzania. There was, for example, a non-native education ordinance of 1948, the Bansen Education Commission in Uganda of 1952, and the Bicha Commission in Kenya of 1950s, all had that kind of discriminatory tones in them. For example, also in Rwanda, between 1945 and 1954, there was that ethnic segregation in the education sector, where, for example, in one institution called Astrida College, there were more than 90% of Tutsi. And you can remember this kind of discrimination is what led to the 1995 genocide in Rwanda, and that's something which is not a good thing. But also during this period, most of these countries tried to ensure that there was some kind of gender equality, but also this was strange because only girls from what we call elite families, like the families of chiefs or prominent people in societies, were only encouraged to go to schools. But if you're a person from an ordinary family, it was not for you. So generally in this era, the policies were very unfavorable to people, and partly that's what fueled also the rise of independent movements, where we find in the 50s, like the Mau Mau came up there. There were other movements like the TANU in Tanzania, Mau Mau was in Kenya. All this was just because of the injustices that the people saw being practiced by the colonial powers. So in the post-independent period, you know, all the countries got their independence around the space of 4 years, and the ideological shift was not different from the rest of other African countries, at least the English-speaking countries, where the focus was in Africanizing the society. In other words, the interests were for the welfare of the Africans by improving mainly the access to quality education and employment and other services, of course. And during this period, of course, as I mentioned, there was an emphasis on consolidating independence. That spirit of nationalism was there, Africanization of the economy. And here we see two focus. One, in Tanzania, this is where we saw the socialist kind of ideology also coming in by the time of Nyerere, and also capitalism mainly in predominated Kenya. And also in Uganda, there was that Common Man's Charter by Obote in 1967, and all these policies mainly were moved by these African countries to try to remove the triad of poverty, disease, and ignorance in society. And also this period also witnessed the coming up with what we call the human rights principle in social development. This was a period that we saw them. And of course, generally, we saw also that the initial efforts were made by some governments, like in Tanzania, using the Tanzania Education Act of 1962, to try to address the issues of urban-rural inequalities. So there was that effort also made to make sure that some sanity was introduced into the policy arena. So in terms of course, during this period, you see, like I said, in 1967, the Osama of Tanzania, they moved to the left, the Obotes, but the situation did not improve because there were inequalities. For example, in Uganda, the situation was worsened during Amin's time. Next, please. So the period of crisis, as we have already talked about, this was a period, of course, that also saw very serious ramification in gender inequalities, mainly in the health care across the region, with the greatest burden being on women, also including on education, where there was a high level of school dropout as a result of these policies that were introduced around this time. Yeah, so of course, during that same period of time also, there was that move, what we call social development adjustment, to respond to some of the pangs created by the SAP. And here we see a lot of policy responses by the individual countries. You see the coming up with universal primary education, the commissions, and other policies in the different countries. But here also we can appreciate that the gender effect was noticeable in most of the countries, as was seen by the increased enrollment of girls, mainly in Kenya and also in Tanzania and Uganda. And beyond this period, this is a continuation of the SDA, and of course here also we see the same ideological drive, and also we see, as we have noticed in many of the presentations here, the nationalist and Pan-Africanist ideology, and also of course the domineering also influence, or some people reported the expanding influence of the donor communities. Yeah, so the same period also saw the coming, this is the period now which witnessed the coming of many of the gender policies. So many on health, education, on employment, and this had very significant effects on gender empowerment and activism in the region. So beyond the COVID period, and beyond, somebody already said, we have not gone beyond the COVID period. But this is what it is really. The ideological is still neoliberal in approach. The politics of policy development and implementation, most of the stakeholders, of course, are the public, the market, and the community institutions. With the government, really, public funding is the major source of funding of public policies. Of course, stakeholders remain multiple, both local and global. Yeah, so we see also
The but the COVID period also exposed so many things like that gender policies are still wanting. There are a lot of vulnerabilities of women in terms of healthcare, employment, education, water and sanitation. The evidence are there, high dropout rates of girls in schools, maternal death and unemployment increase among women. All these are in our reports. And also the countries responded differently to COVID-19. The living example is Tanzania, which was very inward-looking. It depended on its resources in confronting COVID-19. So in terms of the analysis, we see the legacies, the major ideological direction, the norms and values, the actors, both official and non-official, and then the gender policies have generally been upward in the terms of trajectory. If we are to trace from independent up to now, they generally have been upward, and they have significantly empowered women. We are using the word significantly empowered women, but there are still challenges. So, yeah, we talked about challenges. There are a lot of issues still to deal with. For example, the COVID-19 exposed that there are institutional gaps in policies that have to be dealt with. And secondly, women are still stuck in the rut of care and unpaid labor force. That is something we have to deal with. And of course, there are also other issues like, of course, the development of policies has also brought up some new areas. Like, for example, there is narrow access by people with disabilities or youth to the job market and other social services. All those are concurrent issues to deal with, even when we confront issues to do with women. And the major critique here, which we have to look at, is one, there are ramifications of social policies in terms of targeting, there being urban bias, there's inability to address unintended consequences, and also reverse effects on men. These are issues that we should deal with, and the challenge, of course, with the economy of the developing of the region, there's low rate of GDP, so that there's always inappropriate or inadequate budget to deal with policy issues. So this is really like the conclusion now. That's the final, like if we are to talk about the overall impact of the gender policies. So you can see the gender inequality index of the 4 countries. You see now Rwanda there is doing very well at 0.402. And you can see the overall sub-Saharan African index is 0.570. So you can see that, we are doing very badly as a continent. Uganda is there, I think, low, and Kenya. You see the Gender Development Index. You look at the last column. That is so telling. You can see there still Tanzania and Rwanda are doing very well in the region. Now, when we talk about trajectories, these are like cumulative effect of the different policies that have been implemented. So the other countries are doing fairly well, but there are also explanations for those differences. So there are a lot of opportunities. This is the last slide, a lot of opportunities for still making gender policies more transformative in the post-COVID-19 era, a lot of other things. I remember one of the West African countries talked about also most countries should be return to democratic values and constitutionalism as they pursue the issues of governance in their countries. There is need to depend on our local resources if we are to escape from donor dependency. We need also to, when doing budgeting, mainstreaming gender issues and also capitalize on what we call gender responsive budgeting. It's very important. We should also prioritize our development gender issues on most of the regional, national, and sub-regional development agenda, because all those gender issues are there. The problems are only in implementation and prioritizing them in our budgeting. We have also addressed the issues of rural-urban development divides. We have also to increase the appropriation of our budget as a percentage of GDP to gender issues, very important. And of course, lastly, we need appropriate social protection measures to address the care and unpaid work among girls and women. Thank you very much.
interesting in the last presentation is that the absence of social policy leads directly to conflict, is one of the summaries that was pointed out. So, and they have also emphasized the need for local initiatives in terms of policy formulations. Both agreed that most of our policies are either imported or hardly ever implemented. So we will keep this in mind going forward to North Africa.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Donc, je vais présenter le travail pour le cluster des pays de l'Afrique du Nord. Juste, je précise avant de commencer qu'il ne m'a pas été avec les autres groupes de l'Égypte, notamment Madame Saadia Radi, et de l'Égypte, Emira Mahmoud et Ahmed Ali Abdel Sadek. Donc, à ajouter après la présentation, bien sûr. Ils sont en ligne. Donc pour commencer...
The translators can't hear you very well, so they ask you to speak up. Thank you.
Ouais. Donc je vais commencer juste par la problématique posée. Les trois pays, la Tunisie, l'Égypte et le Maroc, comme tous les pays de l'Afrique, donc ils ont dû se reconstruire après la colonisation. Après l'indépendance, ils ont suivi des politiques économiques similaires. Par contre, les politiques sociales étaient utilisées souvent à des fins différentes. Et la question qu'on se pose, c'est si ces politiques sociales expliquent la différence dans le développement économique de ces pays. Je vais suivre donc dans ce travail les 4 axes: éducation, emploi, protection sociale et les politiques genrées. Next, please. Alors, next slide. Pour la période donc, coloniale, je ne vais pas m'attarder, comme c'est déjà conseillé. Juste, je vais retenir 2 choses. Que l'école obligatoire pour les filles et les garçons, donc ça a commencé en Tunisie dans la période coloniale, et que aussi le militantisme féministe, il a commencé aussi en Tunisie en 1920. Donc ça explique après les politiques genrées qui ont été utilisées en Tunisie après l'indépendance. Donc, next, je vais passer directement à la période de l'indépendance aux années 80. C'est la période où il y a eu le plus de politiques sociales dans les 3 pays. Et c'est juste parce qu'il y a eu une obligation ou un besoin de reconstruire les pays. L'importance particulière, elle a été donnée donc, à la formation du capital humain, donc à l'éducation. Si vous pouvez avancer les slides. Merci. Encore. Again. Voilà. Donc l'importance la plus particulière, elle a été accordée à l'éducation. En Tunisie, c'était le tiers du budget de l'État qui était accordé à l'éducation. Avec les deux, avec Gamal Abdel Nasser aussi en Égypte. Donc c'était un nombre d'étudiants qui a quadruplé entre 52 et 65, et toute une politique qui a été utilisée au Maroc, ou suivie au Maroc, avec le chef de gouvernement Al-Fessi. Next. Alors concernant l'emploi, pour les 3 pays, ils ont vécu 2 périodes différentes. Une première période après l'indépendance, qui est une période où ils ont suivi une politique économique socialiste, et où ils ont suivi ce qu'on appelle la politique de collectivisme agraire, particulièrement en Tunisie et au Maroc. Alors, durant cette période-là, il y a eu ce qu'on appelle la politique d'employabilité en masse. Donc, on cherchait à réduire le chômage, mais ça a été au détriment de la productivité. Donc, on employait les gens dans des chantiers en Tunisie sans se soucier de la productivité de cet emploi-là. En Égypte, donc, on garantissait le travail pour tout diplômé, dans la fonction publique. Et une importance a été faite pour introduire les femmes aussi dans l'emploi. Le résultat, c'est qu'il y avait un excès de diplômés du supérieur au milieu des années 60. Ça, c'était le cas de l'Égypte. Next. Donc, au Maroc, il y a eu une politique de distribution de terres agricoles. Donc, elle a été suivie jusqu'aux années 70. C'était la façon de combattre aussi le chômage. Et il y a eu ce qu'on appelle l'indexation des salaires au coût de la vie, lorsque l'indice de coût de la vie augmentait de plus de 5%. Next. Donc, en conclusion, pour cette période, la politique sociale était financièrement insoutenable à un moment donné, et pour le budget de l'État, donc pour la Tunisie, l'Égypte, mais aussi le Maroc. La politique sociale d'embauche massive n'a pas été transformative, vu qu'elle ne prenait pas en compte l'élément de la productivité. La deuxième partie, après l'indépendance, donc suivie par les 3 pays, ils ont suivi une politique économique libérale, l'objectif étant de relancer la croissance économique afin d'améliorer le niveau de vie et de constituer ce qu'on appelle une classe sociale médiane, de revenus médians. En Tunisie, il s'agissait d'une politique économique axée sur la promotion des exportations, qui a donc abouti à un taux de croissance élevé, autour de 8%. La politique sociale était une politique contractuelle, donc entre le gouvernement d'un côté, l'UTICA, l'UGTT, donc tous les organismes syndicaux de l'autre côté. Alors, ils se sont mis d'accord sur une augmentation du nombre de jours de travail, de congés, renforcement de la sécurité des travailleurs. En contrepartie, le syndicat, voilà. Donc le syndicat avait l'obligation de ne pas demander une augmentation salariale outre que celle répondant à l'augmentation du coût de la vie. Ceci a donné des grèves, une signature d'impact social et une augmentation des salaires minimums de 33%. En 1978, il y a eu la grande grève générale. Donc, next. Thank you. Je vais passer directement à l'Égypte, où la politique se basait sur l'ouverture de l'économie, la mise en place d'une zone de libre-échange qui a donné aussi un taux de croissance élevé de 8%. Mais la politique ne pouvait pas se poursuivre parce qu'elle ne profitait pas de la même façon à toutes les classes sociales. Au Maroc aussi, on parlait de l'économie libérale, en créant un climat des affaires favorisant l'économie. Et même chose, donc même constat, c'est que la croissance n'a pas profité de la même façon à toutes les classes sociales. Next. En termes de protection sociale, au début, on parle au début de la période libérale, les niveaux de vie des 3 pays étaient soutenus par la compensation des produits de base. Elle était financée par le budget de l'État, mais avec la crise pétrolière des années 80, donc il y a eu des grèves parce que l'État ne pouvait plus continuer à financer cette compensation. Et il y a eu ce qu'on appelle la révolte du pain, que ce soit en Égypte ou en Tunisie. Donc je vais passer directement à la santé. Donc pour dire que durant cette partie-là, il y a eu ce qu'on appelle en Tunisie une politique de limitation des naissances qui a été très importante. C'est une politique genrée et qui a permis donc à la femme de ne pas être cloîtrée dans la maison, donc d'améliorer son environnement, d'être productive. Ça a permis à la famille aussi d'investir dans le capital humain, donc dans les enfants. Je vais passer donc à juste une dernière chose en termes de politique genrée. Il y a eu le droit de vote pour les 3 pays, le code de statut personnel, donc en 1956 en Tunisie, et le droit d'avortement en 1973. Si vous pouvez avancer. Next. Encore. Donc, là, c'était juste quelques photos après l'indépendance, comme quoi le président, donc, il a insisté sur tout ce qui est politique genrée. Je vais passer l'ère de l'ajustement structurel pour dire juste qu'il y avait des politiques sociales, mais pour réduire les effets néfastes du plan d'ajustement structurel. Et je vais passer à la période 2011, si vous pouvez avancer les slides. Encore, 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 plus, encore, encore, next, next, next. Donc là, c'est juste, en 2011, il y a eu la révolution en Tunisie et en Égypte. C'était une revendication de droit au travail. En Tunisie, il y a eu l'allocation chômage Amal. Il y a eu aussi une plateforme pour protéger les travailleurs dans le secteur informel qui s'appelle Ahmini. Donc pratiquement c'était pour les femmes qui travaillaient dans l'agriculture mais de façon informelle. Il y a eu le programme MN qui est financé par la Banque mondiale, alors qui existe au Maroc, qui existe en Tunisie et qui existe en Égypte, et qui consiste donc à des transferts pour faire face au Covid, transferts monétaires qui étaient temporaires. Il y avait aussi des transferts monétaires permanents pour la population vulnérable et une allocation familiale pour les enfants dont l'âge est compris entre 0 et 5 ans. Je peux ajouter quelque chose, une dernière. Avancer pour la conclusion. C'est bon. Donc là, c'est pour dire que le plus grand investissement en politique sociale s'est fait suite à l'indépendance. C'était la période de construction pour les 3 pays. Les politiques sociales se sont montrées insuffisantes et pas productives à chaque fois qu'elles ont été utilisées pour atténuer les effets d'une politique économique libérale. La crise sanitaire a montré l'insuffisance des politiques sociales dans les pays de l'Afrique du Nord. L'investissement en politique sociale genrée, bien que important en Tunisie, reste insuffisant, et ce dans les 3 pays. Beaucoup reste à faire en termes de politique sociale genrée, afin que la femme intègre davantage le marché du travail et devienne économiquement indépendante. Et à mon sens, c'est la politique sociale la plus productive que peuvent emprunter les pays de l'Afrique. Voilà, et merci.
We now have another cluster to discuss, that is South Africa, Mauritius, and Zambia for the Southern Africa. 15 minutes. You'll have more time for the question and answer period.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll take you through social policy making in Southern Africa. Okay, my name is Dr. Nyumen Tekwa. Our title, I think, is showing. Can you please show the slides? The time is ticking. Okay, I'll be representing Southern Africa team with Professor Ramola and also Dr. Nkumpu Nwalimba. Okay, can you please show the slides? Okay, all right. Okay, that is our title which we are using. This outline. I won't take much time on that one. Then the approach, I think it has been given a historical analytic approach. Then that is maybe the map of the slide. The map country where Zambia is located, Southern Africa, at the tip, southern tip of Africa, and also Mauritius, an island in the Indian Ocean. All right. Social policy making then trends during the colonial pre-independence period. This period covers between 1964, 1968, 1994 for Zambia, Mauritius, and South Africa. Consequently, the historical development of social policy during this period was strongly underpinned by an ideology of racism, predicated on racial and colonial discrimination, with race established and legitimized as the dominant factor shaping social policy. So we're just saying that maybe the main issue there, the ideology shaping underlying social policy making during this period was what? Racial discrimination. Is mentioned with one key informant was that policy must be located in the history of colonial domination. The historical contours we need to place analysis of social policy. Okay, I will not take much time on this, on the colonial pre-independence time. I'll move on to the social policy making patterns and trends during the early post-colonial period. Okay, yes. This was underpinned by a nationalist ideology and maybe issues of social justice, where the new government sought to undo colonial legacies and expand social provisioning to populations and areas to ensure that basic needs and services are available to everyone. So the various imperatives such as beliefs of solidarity, collectivism, and risk pooling were some of the norms which guided social policy during this period. Okay. Then you'll see that in Zambia there was one Zambia, one nation. Those are some of the national discourses which were available during that period. Then also find that in Mauritius it was heavily influenced by Fabianism, where the government tried to universalize access to social provisioning to everyone. Then South Africa was quite different. It got independence during the period of neoliberal ascendance, which actually made the country found itself at a very crossroads in trying to implement its social policies, that is, I would maybe indicate to you. Then we move on to the ideological power struggles and social policy making during the later post-independence to the COVID-19 era. This was a very difficult period of social policy making for most African countries. We found that external pressure on the domestic policy making space became very prominent. The national policy making became contested areas featuring different ideological persuasions, actors, and interest groups. So mostly found that during this period we saw the curtailment of the capacity of the centers of government to maintain autonomy and exert control over their policy making space, and subsequent loss of policy space by governments of developing countries. It were only those governments which were very strong, which could withstand such pressure from external actors. So the resultant pattern and trend social policy reflected the erosion of domestic political authority and the flow of authority, or if not power, away from traditional institutions of government, upwards to national financial markets, global companies, and also supernatural entities. So the neoliberal globalization represented an attack on the nation state, and it was only those governments which were quite strong which could withstand that. So we found that most of the governments, including some in Southern Africa, Zambia, actually adopted the social adjustment programs, similar to South Africa. In South Africa, due to the ideological power struggles within the government itself and also pressure groups, the business sector, also even the World Bank and the IMF, forced the country to adopt a liberal ideology, which with a scaled down state role in the economy and the society. Then, unlike Zambia and South Africa, that Mauritius actually stood up and managed to withstand the pressure. And Mauritius is said to have not succumbed to the liberalization pressures of the World Bank and the IMF and protected its welfare spending. The state remained true to its traditional concerns for social justice and playing an active role in shaping its social policies and maintaining universal as opposed to targeted welfare state provisions. Okay. On the gender and gender dimensions of social policy, we find that the pattern and trend of social policy making in South Africa, Zambia, and Mauritius highlighted the enduring intersection of gender, additional processes, and also social policy. The social policy outcome in the three countries reviewed deeply embedded cultural assumptions, beliefs, and shared social norms upon which social policies have been built. If I can just quote one of the key informers was that he was actually referring to South Africa, that the South African particular labor market is insensitive to the other needs of women. Women need to go to maternity, but what we find is that employers are not sensitive to the dynamics of maternity leave. Okay, these are some of the issues of actually gender issues in terms of within the labor market. Then the thematic analysis, I think we managed to find 5. One for the ideological underlying of social policy, external influences, the role of the state, market, and families in social policy provisioning, financing social policy, where we talked about issues of government actually financing their own as opposed to international assistance, then institutional building, which is what also important in terms of gender. Then a critique of opportunities and way forward, One issue is that the mainstream conceptualization of social policy, or the male breadwinner model, we tend to frame much of our social policies within the country, within the region. A persistent colonial urban biases, both the focus on areas, urban areas, also as opposed to the rural areas, whereas the content is what is largely agrarian. Then also the liberal child poverty discourses, particularly in South Africa, where it tends to separate the welfare of women from that of children to that from that of their mothers. Then prevalent cultural values of caring in government policy framework, which shifts the burden of caring to families, and particularly women. Then the important point is that we need to also do constituency building beyond the democratization of the public space, particularly looking at the role of state feminism in pushing gender issues in policy making. Thank you very much.
Discussions of clusters that cover East Africa, the Horn of Africa, North Africa, and Southern Africa. As you must have heard, there are very many similarities, but context-specific responses by social forces. In the most immediate post-independence period, in all the countries discussed, they can't hear me? Yes. Whoa. Okay. There were similarities in almost all the 4 clusters that are discussed. That is because of colonial oppression in the colonial period, the immediate post-independence period witnessed initiatives towards social policy to address the iniquities of colonialism. But that was short-lived with the structural adjustment in the 1980s, which removed the state, which was the main actor for social policy, alongside families and communities. And we see in all these countries how there was almost regression during the structural period, because the, like schooling, they pushed for privatization. Those society members that couldn't afford that were put on the outside. The employment, I mean, at least in the 1970s in most African countries, graduates were almost, not always, but almost guaranteed employment. That went by the wayside during structural adjustment. And it is in this period that we see social policies addressing gender issues much more focally, much more directly. But some of the initiative, as was suggested by many of the speakers, came from outside. For example, donors would insist, why don't you have a Ministry of Women? Why don't you have people in the cabinet and so forth? So the pressure also extended to changing gender norms in our different countries. But what came through to me, what I heard, is that these changes were context specific. The history of the countries made a big difference. But external forces were very strong in terms of imposing their own needs, particularly the replacement of the state by the private sector, and therefore curtailing some of the progress that has been made in these different countries. So there are, what I heard at my end is that there is really ample data for comparative studies, but also for conclusion that context-specific conclusions can arise in different countries. For example, when we discussed North Africa, what our speaker emphasized was that in each of those countries, even when similar policies were imposed, the responses were different because of history, because of social forces, and so forth. So I thank the discussants of these clusters. Now we'll be open for questions, ideas, suggestions, but please be aware of the time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The discussant, I'm sorry. No.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and keep it brief and respond more in terms of what I took away in terms of my questions. So, looking at the cover, and your project is Gender Equitable and Transformative Social Policy. And one of the things that I kept thinking about was, what do we mean by transformative social policy? In some of the papers, there was a conversation about Africanization. So you talk about the early post-independence period, an Africanization policy in place. Others talk about access, so for health or for education, the fact that there are more hospitals and there's a national health insurance of some shape or form, universal access to education, so no-fee schools in South Africa, and so on and so forth. And then I'm wondering if access is good enough as a measure of transformative social policy. How about outcomes? How about that? So when you have a statistic about increased hospital attendance based on particular social policies, should we not also be thinking about what happens when you actually do go to hospital? What kind of an experience do you get? What kinds of outcomes do we get from, and some of this might have difficulties, but I just thought that a transformative social policy for Africa, what kind of an Africa would I like to live in? It would be one where not only do I have access to education, but I have access to a particular kind of education. So questions around outcomes of whatever policies are being put in place for me is interesting. The other thing was social policy and gender equitable transformative policies, right? So what does it take to have a gender equitable outcome? Is it the policies or should it be policies plus? Do we require something else to make sure that there are changes that are gender equitable beyond the social policy? So I'm thinking of the, I think it was the Mauritian case that I read briefly, and I saw these statistics about universal education for men and women for at least 40 years. And then when you think about what happens in the world of work, you find that there are huge gaps in labor force participation rates. So you might give women access to education, but if you want women to be able to improve their life chances, to have, to live their lives to the fullest of their ability, perhaps something else needs to go on in addition to social policy. Issues around norms and transformation, or is it that we need some harmonization of laws in addition to social policy? A third thing that I thought was more silent, particularly around issues of gender, was an intentional approach. You do gender, and whether you have gender equality or gender equity in many of the papers, but you didn't think about women in their fullest of senses. So yes, we are all women, but there will be women who are Muslim and women who are Christian in one country, or highly educated versus poorly educated, rich versus poor, and to what extent do the policies improve circumstances for all kinds of women? Another one that I found glaringly absent was issues around disability. So gender and disability, or even in terms of thinking about transformative policy and disability. The final point I'd like to make has already been made, but I think it's an important one to emphasize, and that's more on care and the ways in which our policies on the continent address issues of care. Given that we are in I'm not exactly sure we're in a post-COVID era, I think we are still in a COVID era. We need to think about the extra burdens that put on women in a context where we've paid very little attention to the care burdens of women. Thank you very much.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc, c'est un plaisir pour nous d'écouter, bien évidemment, les différents conférenciers de cet après-midi. Moi, je vais m'appesantir sur l'Afrique du Nord. Bien entendu, notre collègue a présenté, bien sûr, c'est-à-dire la tendance, justement, dans ces trois pays. Et je vais m'attarder sur les tendances contemporaines, c'est-à-dire à partir des années 90 dans ces pays. On n'a pas oublié encore la fameuse Moudawana, le code de statut personnel qu'on trouve au Maroc, qui a beaucoup aidé les femmes dans ces pays. Mais également, il faut rappeler aussi, dans le contexte tunisien, il y a eu d'abord, bien sûr, l'encouragement à la scolarisation des femmes dès les années 50-60. Mais également, moi je me rappelle au début des années 2000 que j'étais enseignant à l'université de Tunis, déjà les femmes ou bien les filles étaient supérieures aux garçons au niveau de l'université. Ça c'est un avantage, c'est l'aboutissement d'une politique genrée qui avait commencé dès les années 60. Autre élément très important, je crois qu'en fin de compte, le règne de Ben Ali, bien que les taxes de dictateur, n'a pas été aussi mauvais parce qu'en matière de logement et d'habitat, Ben Ali avait créé un fonds qu'on appelle le fonds 26 ou bien le fonds de solidarité nationale qui a permis à un ensemble de Tunisiens d'avoir leur propre logement. Presque 85% des Tunisiens avaient leur propre logement. Autre élément très important, ça a permis bien sûr à la constitution d'une classe moyenne, bien sûr en Tunisie. Un aspect très important, le code de statut personnel, bien sûr en Tunisie, a permis également d'abord d'interdire la polygamie, ce qui est un élément très important, d'imposer bien sûr la limitation des naissances, c'est cela dès les années 60, mais bien évidemment d'imposer, c'est-à-dire la scolarisation des enfants jusqu'à l'âge de 15 ans, ce qui permettait de créer une main-d'œuvre par la suite. Donc un ensemble d'éléments, des politiques sociales qui ont permis tout simplement à la Tunisie d'avoir plus ou moins une main-d'œuvre qualifiée par rapport, bien sûr, à un certain nombre de pays. En fin de compte, en comparant les politiques de l'Afrique du Nord, de ces pays de l'Afrique du Nord, à celles de l'Afrique, à celles du reste de l'Afrique, je crois que bien sûr, il y a un décalage au niveau des politiques sociales par rapport, bien sûr, à l'Afrique de l'Ouest et à l'Afrique centrale. Il y a par exemple la femme qui fait partie des femmes et bien sûr les plus en mesure de trouver ce droit, d'aider la création d'une classe moyenne, de 3, ça a permis à une classe pauvre d'avoir son logement, de 4, c'est-à-dire ça a permis au moins de créer une classe moyenne, c'est-à-dire un ensemble de paramètres qui ont permis tout simplement à Tunisie de gagner beaucoup plus d'indicateurs en matière de développement humain selon les instances jusqu'aux années de la Révolution, bien sûr qui n'est que le résultat peut-être négatif justement de ces politiques engagées depuis l'indépendance. C'est juste une remarque que j'aimerais faire par rapport à l'intervention sur l'Afrique du Nord. Voilà, merci.
Merci de me passer la parole. Mon intervention s'articule autour de 2 points. Premièrement, un avis et deuxièmement, une question. En ce qui concerne l'avis, j'aimerais attirer les uns les autres à ne pas se fatiguer du retraçage de l'époque coloniale ou même de toutes les trajectoires parce que cela permet de comprendre les problèmes contemporains de l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui. Quand on regarde tout ce qui a été dit au soir de ces exposés, on peut avoir un tableau à 2 entrées. Il y a des éléments communs, il y a des éléments de différenciation permettant d'établir une cartographie évolutive des politiques sociales de l'Afrique, ce qui peut donc expliquer, par exemple, pourquoi il y a le sentiment anti-France qui se propage dans les zones francophones. Par exemple, il y a beaucoup d'éléments, les rébellions et ceci, les problèmes de l'Afrique tirent leur source des politiques sociales en commençant par cette époque coloniale. Le pass a été appliqué à toute l'Afrique et c'est pour ça que les mêmes politiques se sont perpétuées. Donc on ne devrait vraiment pas se lasser. Nous regardons, par exemple, il n'y a pas d'ambassade du Ghana au Cameroun.
Pourquoi? Parce que le Nkrumah, qui était intellectuel, prônait les États-Unis d'Afrique. Chez nous, ce n'était pas le même niveau et c'était des bénis de la colonisation. Voilà, on subit ça jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Ce macro-projet peut donc s'inscrire, après le diagnostic, dans la prédiction et la prévision. Et parlant donc de cela, nous aimerons avoir des clarifications en ce qui concerne, par exemple, le génocide du Rwanda. Est-ce que cela a impacté les politiques sociales? Est-ce que les politiques sociales n'étaient pas à l'origine? On parle généralement de la communication de radio 1000 collines, mais nous on a fait des études dessus. Il y a des dessous qui peuvent expliquer bon nombre de choses. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir des clarifications à ce niveau? Il en est de même pour Idi Amin Dada en ce qui concerne le Rwanda. Aujourd'hui, nous nous rendons compte que lorsqu'un dirigeant est diabolisé par les Occidentaux, c'est parce qu'il commençait déjà à s'occuper de son propre pays. Alors, qu'en est-il? Nous, on a juste des images de ce dictateur et autres, alors que peut-être il y a des réalités qui peuvent expliquer les tournants dans ce pays. Même chose pour l'apartheid en Afrique du Sud. Est-ce que l'apartheid, quelles sont les nuances, les spécificités que l'on peut retenir de l'apartheid en rapport avec les politiques sociales? Et naturellement, le printemps arabe. Tout à l'heure, le collègue a évoqué la Tunisie avec l'ancien président avant le printemps arabe. Nous aimerons avoir des éléments, c'est pour ça que j'ai parlé des éléments communs, des éléments de différenciation pouvant même aboutir à une cartographie évolutive, je dirais même un atlas des politiques sociales en Afrique à des fins de prédiction et de prévision.
Merci. Moi, j'ai une question concernant l'époque coloniale, parce qu'on a vu que les pays anglophones et les pays francophones ont la même trajectoire en ce qui concerne l'époque coloniale. Mais pour les pays du Maghreb, je n'ai vraiment pas beaucoup d'informations là-dessus. Et j'aimerais savoir si cette histoire coloniale n'a pas influencé l'élaboration des politiques sociales après. Donc, si on peut vraiment nous donner plus d'informations sur l'histoire coloniale de ces pays du Maghreb. Donc, c'était ça ma question.
Thank you. I'll take responsibility. We wanted to emphasize the findings of the synthesis. So, she cut short the colonial period. So, but I imagine the organization can help me out.
Okay.
That this document will be available at some point. These documents will be available to people to read and take knowledge of what happened or what's comparative about the colonial period. Because right now, we're not going to discuss the genocide in Rwanda, the apartheid in South Africa. We just don't have that kind of time, and we will be losing the main point. So. I will leave it to the organizers to make sure that these papers will be available to the group as a whole, so that those people who are interested in knowing the colonial policy, social policy during the colonial period, and conflicts like the genocide being generated because of lack of social policy or inequitable social policy. I think they were only able to briefly indicate the relationships between changes in a given country and the social policies followed or not followed. So in this room today, we're not going to have the background for colonialism in North Africa, genocide in Rwanda, etc. So I will ask the organizers to please provide this information, which are already in the papers given by these speakers, to get the knowledge that they are requiring at this point. Yes.
In all of this, I'm wondering what is the role of some of our continental organizations in also providing leadership to ensuring that continentally or our sub-regional or regional institutions also play a role. I'm talking about the African Union. We have our own roadmap of the Agenda 2063. Then at the sub-regional level, you may have ECOWAS, SADC, and ECA, and all of these things. But I'm not really hearing much about how would they come in, how do we leverage on these of our institutions, in ensuring that they also play a role. For example, we have the African Charter on Democracy and Elections, because some of the things we are really saying are all embedded in some of those international continental documents, that ensures that there is synchronization, there is social responsibility between the governed and the governor, and all those things. But I don't seem to be seeing that one coming out. Where do they come in? What role should they be playing? How should they be strategically located to ensure that, the social policies that we promulgate, are implemented, they are provided for in terms of resources, because we have a lot of illicit flows, Studies have shown that the amount of money that leaves Africa, on an annual basis, our mineral concessions and all of that, so much that, we shouldn't be running to these international financial institutions. So I don't know how we would bring these institutions in, and what sort of role do we expect them to play, in ensuring that, our social policies are financed, they are internally led, and not dependent upon who, because the proverb says, who pays the piper plays the tune. And that is exactly what we have been singing throughout this morning. If the international community gives us the money, of course, it goes with conditionalities. Thank you very much.
I hate to tell my sister that the AU is also funded by the same powers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for my sister. I couldn't see her around the first, he made the first intervention. I think she drew our attention and also our focus to something that I think I would like to comment on it. Because if we are speaking about the public policy, we cannot speak about public policy without speaking about the role of the state. So this is also, it brought in my mind what she mentioned, that even the reconceptualization and recontextualization of the concept of the state building, sometimes in our case, in our cluster, is varies, okay? So I think what has been mentioned by my colleague Casa about the different case of Sudan, Ethiopia, and Djibouti in terms of the Anglophone and Francophone, and also the periodical time that and the shape of state. Also, this is brought in my mind that I think is more coherent, that not just to build on the historical type of the Anglophone age or the Francophone age, rather than to make the coherent base of our cluster analysis based on the type of the state building process that took place in the different countries, and we keep in our mind also the state as a social relationship, which, as I mentioned here, is the issue of the tribalism, where the state is repositioned right now, and also is the issue that mentioned also the cluster of Egypt and Morocco about the public policy right now with the new concept of the political change and social change. So I think also this is just like, I'm thinking that even maybe also we can add it to our cluster, that to make things more coherent, to relate the public policy Because for me, the accessibility, what she mentioned, the accessibility, the issue of the accessibility is not the, this is the level of the, it's a micro level of the public policy. If we want to speak about the policy, we should speak about the policy from macro level first. Think about the policy as kind of a new social contract, a new legal framework. So I think this is it should be also taken with in our analysis and think about the state building, because we are in all of the cluster and the different countries, we don't have the same process of the state building. Even if we have the same features of the policy, but we don't have the same process of the state building and reconceptualizing the state building. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the speakers, starting from my right. Any questions that you might want to elaborate?
Very much. I think I would just talk about the issue about apartheid in South Africa and how it its nuances and also how it was linked to the shop policy of that day. Yes, I think it's part of the history of the country. Apartheid has left a permanent legacy in social policy in the country. I'm talking about South Africa here. For example, in the labor market, I think there was the policy of job reservations, where much of the high-paying jobs were reserved for the whites, and that is tended actually to make racial discrimination within the labor market in South Africa as it is today. Find that much of the high-paying jobs are occupied by whites, with very few blacks occupying such jobs. Apart from the labor market, labor policies, we also have maybe issues of the land and agrarian issues. Also, is also a very a topical issue in South Africa, which also has its history in the apartheid system, where during that time, only 7% of the country's agricultural land was reserved for the blacks, and the rest turned into commercial farms for whites. So even that skewed land distribution also persisted even today, and actually it's a policy issue which the country is grappling with without maybe a solution maybe in sight on how to address that. Yeah. So as it's been mentioned earlier on, I think we need also to, particularly in Southern Africa, where it has a settler history. We need also to talk about to highlight the prominence of issues of land and agrarian reform as part of the social policy instruments which can be pushed mainly for in the context of developing countries. As much of our population, as has been said by some commenters here, that depend on land or depend on the agrarian livelihoods. So maybe we also need maybe to highlight the issue of land as what is one of the policy instruments. Yes, I think I can stop here.
Merci. Je vais juste ajouter quelque chose concernant le résultat de la politique genrée en Tunisie. Aujourd'hui, si on regarde l'enseignement supérieur, deux tiers des étudiants sont des étudiantes en fait en Tunisie. Les juges aujourd'hui, majoritairement, ce sont des femmes. C'est le même cas pour les médecins dans les hôpitaux, donc c'est occupé majoritairement par des femmes en Tunisie. Lors de juste après 2011, on a imposé oral une alternance homme-femme, donc chaque liste comporte en alternance homme-femme, et si un parti politique présentait par exemple 3 listes, la première liste elle serait avec un chef un tête de liste homme, la prochaine c'est une femme. Donc c'est une façon aussi d'introduire la femme dans la vie politique. Aujourd'hui en Tunisie aussi, le chef de gouvernement est une femme, ce qui est une première. Mais ce qui reste en fait un problème, c'est que le taux d'activité en Tunisie pour les femmes, c'est 26%. C'est-à-dire une femme sur 4 qui est en âge de travailler se présente, ce qui est un problème, surtout si on compare par rapport à l'Europe où ce taux, il se situe autour de 70%. Et sachant que la femme en Tunisie, elle représente démographiquement la moitié de la population tunisienne. Donc beaucoup de choses, c'est ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, restent à faire en termes de politique genrée pour introduire la femme dans la vie active et particulièrement dans l'entrepreneuriat. Voilà.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comments and questions. I will reflect on 3 important issues, of course, based on my perspective. The first one is transformative social policy. What does this mean? And how this can transform the continent? This is critical question. Most of the time, if we see the literature and if we define social policy, we end up separating it from other disciplines. But in practice, it is not. For example, I am in the profession of development economics, and in that literature, we have economic policies. We cannot really separate economic policies from social policies. So those who defined transformative social policy developed a framework to link our social policies with others and become more relevant to the continent. So if our social policy is supporting the vulnerable without giving permanent livelihood, it's meaningless. So for us, we need to focus on the concept of transformative social policy to come up with context-specific relevant policy in the continent and bring change. This leads me to the next question regarding history. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate your concern. The beginning is knowing our history. We need to believe that we are, I think there is something wrong in Africa. But why that problem is there? Why something is wrong in Africa? We need to ask. And to get the answer, we need to go back to history and understand our context. Not just to blame others, not just to condemn others' effort, but just to know our status, to understand where we were, where we are now, and where we want to go in the future. If we don't do this, our problems will continue with us. And one of the things that somebody mentioned about the role of our continental organizations, our states, our local organizations, they are responsible, but they are not doing the right thing. They are not transformative. They are not context specific. They are highly dependent on foreign aid or foreign resource. If that is the case, we cannot change the continent. So I also agree that our organizations are not doing their best to change the continent. We have a lot of challenges regarding institutional development in Africa. We have a lot of challenges in terms of building leadership. This leads us to crisis, and we need to get out of this crisis, and we need to think out of the box and come up with a solution. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I think I have to pick it up. Are you getting me? Yeah, pick it up from where my colleague has stopped when he's responding to the issue raised by the Honorable who asked the question, what is the role of the continental and regional agencies. It's very true, the question is valid, but they are doing something. They are doing something because, for example, if you look at the African AU Development Agenda of 1963, just go and read it and see how comprehensively they have written on issues to do with the gender empowerment. It's very comprehensive on that. Also, when you look at what we call the AU Women's Land Agenda of 2010 to 2030, they talk so much about equalities on issues to do with land and all. Those are very topical issues that we are talking about here, to empower women and also to bring equality in our development processes. When you look at also like East African community now, they just launched what we call the gender policy in 2018. So the problem, I think, is when it comes to implementation, because they make all these good policies, but they now leave them in individual countries. That is where you are concerned, and I agree with you, because there is nothing like a structure for monitoring and evaluation. What they made, who should make the accountability for these policies? And I think that's also the same with the other global agenda, these sustainable development goals. Just throw them there, then get the statistics, they just write reports that we are achieving gender Ds on education of children and all. And the world community even buy. Who should be on the ground here from those institutions to find out that kind of issues, or the indicators they have indicated are being followed? That is where the challenge is. Policies are there, just like other national policies, but when it comes to appropriation of budgeting and so forth, there's nothing. When it comes to implementation, these things are not there. I agree with you with your concern. Structures for oversight, for monitoring, important. Now, when somebody asks about these Arab countries, they fairly doing well compared to, and I think the concern was about their history. I think we should not look at the history. It should not be so much on the history now, because that's why up to today we are even blaming colonial powers. We are blaming them for every bad thing. And yet we have been independent for more than 60 years. What have we done ourselves? Start looking at now. Start looking at now. What have you been doing? What are you doing with your resources? That's where the problem is. So the problem is mainly what we call human agency. The ability of specific group of people within a community to try to make use of their resources, transform their environment for their good, and it's lacking. We are there, resources are there, we have oil, we have water, we have very fertile. But there is nothing that we are doing with those resources. Human agency is very important. And also, of course, in democratic, when we talk about governance, because that's where somebody talked about here how the civil society can be persecuted, they're marginalized, they don't want. That's also where the problem is, because the state alone cannot do everything. Bring other non-state actors, accommodate them, work together in a concerted way. That's the only way to go about it. But now you become dictatorial, authoritarian, you think a non-actor is spying on your system, and yet you don't have the capacity to implement. That is a key problem that we need to deal with. And although the chair did not allow us to talk about the genocide and the Amin's regime, are they connected with social policy? Do they have impact? Yes, why not? You see, as I think one of my colleagues mentioned, you are not going to implement social policy in isolation with other policies. These are interrelated, including with the context of implementation, context of formulation and implementation, because it is everything in the end is political. You have the economic policy, you have the social policy, but somewhere somebody is going to decide how it will be implemented, using what funding, and that's already politics. So you're not going to just divorce social policy from politics. Politics is the key. You can have all the good policies, but it will remain in paper if it is not in favor, if it is not favored by the politics of the day. So that's very key, and very important. So like the Amin's era, and you talk about the genocide, they destroyed all the social infrastructure, including the policies thereof. So you can see the link. So like the Rwanda now, you saw the gender inequality index is higher. Why? Because now they learned the lesson from that, and they are trying to correct. So you can see. So the conflict also has impact on the gender policy. That's why Rwanda is picking up very fast. It has picked up very fast on gender issues compared to the rest of the East African countries, because there is a relationship with politics, with the conflict, with everything. But as I said, it's human agency. It's the people to decide what to do and how to do it for their good. Very important. And I like also what the discussion talked about. The emphasis should be put on the care burden of women during this COVID-19 is very true. We have found these women are unduly affected by the COVID-19, and a lot need to be done. One example I think we recommended is to have some social protection measures against these women who are caring for the sick, for the children, the domestic work and everything. Some social protection, which is lacking at the moment, is not there. And besides, I think the states should take it upon them to think about transforming development in the rural areas, because that's why we are having rural-urban divides. Like, for example, if a woman walks for about 10 kilometers to go and collect water, can't we do something? Can we initiate boreholes in the communities? If women are going to fetch firewood 10 kilometers away, they're even destroying the environment. What policy do we have about energy to conserve the environment and all that? So all these things are really challenges that need to be dealt with by our states. Thank you very much.
Just to defend myself, I didn't say we shouldn't talk about genocide. I'm talking about managing our priorities here. We have a limited amount of time, and we have to use that time to discuss what we are here for. Anybody can discuss genocide, but technology and Africa. What I was saying is that we should use this time to discuss what we can comparatively come up with, what kind of transformative social policies are we advocating for, and how do we get there. As for regional organizations, as I said, almost 70% of the AU budget comes from outside the continent, which means that those people who provide those resources dictate what can be done and cannot be done. All these organizations that were mentioned, ECOWAS, SADC, AU, they have social policies on paper, but they cannot, the way that our countries are structured now, cannot go to X country and say, this is the social policy you have to implement. So we have to, as citizens, we have to build our voices to say, what are you doing in our name? Because they are representing us and we should be asking those questions. But my understanding of this project that we are engaged in is that in each country, what kind of social policies would get us to the kind of solutions we are seeking for. For example, there was a lot of examples given on access. And as the discussant very up, why aren't we looking at the outcomes? Because, for example, when structural adjustment was too terrible to live with, they came up with more enrollment in schools, et cetera, et cetera. Those students that were enrolled in the 1990s because of this new policy or quote-unquote post-structural adjustment policy came into a schooling arena where they could hardly learn anything because there were very many students in school but we did not have the materials to support them with quality education. So remembering that access and outcome should always be on the table when we discuss these new opportunities are important. And what I tried to say before was that statistics are very interesting. They tell us realities sometimes. They distort realities as well.
But we have to be able to have the analytical skills to look beyond those numbers and ask questions. That was what I was trying to say, not discuss AU or genocide or all these other issues. And the care was not sufficiently discussed, as the discussant observed. And we talked a lot today about human capital. As far as I'm concerned, one of the major ways that we can build human capital in this continent is by paying sufficient attention to care. How those who care for human beings bring about the human capital that our countries need. So I think we have had an interesting day of discussion, our first day, and these issues will continue. I thank you very much. I think we're done for today.
promise, 1 minute. Thank you so much. It was lovely to have this day one. There's been a lot of, activity behind the scenes, as you know,